for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for...
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
Need a breach? What do you need?
Need one.
I don't know.
Let's hold that with money.
Hold on.
Thank you.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru Movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru means freedom. Today is a glorious day because we are here standing just steps outside of the Tampa courthouse, and we are claiming victory on today. And I want to appreciate everybody who is here. My name is Mwezi Odom, and you are tuning into the official broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru 3. Again, my name is Mwezi, and I am your MC for today. And I'm also the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign. This counteroffensive has been waging a serious attack, a serious counteroffensive for the past 2 years against the U.S. government's attempt to silence the voice of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement. We opened our broadcast, with the video of the violent raids that took place on July 29th, where the FBI carried out violent raids on 7 homes and properties of the African People's Socialist Party on July 29, 2022, in both St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida. Again, as a reminder, it took the FBI and the DOJ 9 months to indict Chairman Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, and 2 leaders of the party's solidarity movement, Penny Hess, chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. They were all indicted on these bogus charges of being agents of the Russian government. And comrades, again, we are clear that these charges are an absolute attack on free speech and the people's right to come to our own positions and our own determinations regarding the matters of national and international policy for the U.S. government. Again, I am here and I invite you to come, to go to handsoffuhuru.org right now. This is where you can tune in for these live broadcasts, but also where you can sign up to come here on the ground, to see what is happening in that courtroom. And we're going to talk a little bit more about what has been happening throughout the week. But this Uhuru 3 trial started on September 3rd. If you've been following us, you've been hearing that date and you were here on the ground with us. People again have come from throughout the United States here to pack the courthouse in support of our comrades, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. Again, because cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, we want to make sure that you can stay informed about what is happening in court every single day, because we believe it is critically important for the world to know exactly who Chairman Omali Yeshitela is and the history of the work of the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru Movement. So we have initiated this daily broadcast that includes live trial updates, English, French, and Spanish translations, historical footage, classic presentations of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement leaders. We are highlighting the work of the Uhuru Movement internationally, including our important work that is happening right there on the ground in Africa, in Europe, and making sure to acquaint you with dual power economic development programs of our movement to make sure that you understand that this is why, one of the real reasons why this movement has come under attack. We intend to give you all the information that you need to understand who the chairman is and the Uhuru 3, to show you the history, the work, the trajectory of the Uhuru Movement, so that you, the people, the real jury, can have the confidence to know that this state is the one who is guilty of attacking the people's constitutional rights to free speech, and that the Uhuru 3 are absolutely not guilty of these charges being levied against them. So I'm going to give everybody just an update or a quick summary of day 3 of the Uhuru 3 trial. So FBI lies, hearsay, and speculation. On the third day of the Uhuru 3 free speech trial, supporters continued to pack the courtroom. Nearly 100 people were seated in courtroom 17, the largest in Tampa's federal courthouse. More supporters watched from the overflow room on the 3rd floor, and many of you tuned in online. Luminaries came from around the US to attend the free speech trial of the century, including members of the December 12th movement, Benjamin Prado and a contingent from Unión del Barrio, Paul Pumphrey of Friends of the Congo, Zaki Baruti of the Universal African Peoples Organization, Belinda Parker Brown from Louisiana United, John McCarthy, Caleb Maupin of the Center for Political Innovation, Pam Africa of the Move Family, Africa, and Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee veteran Afia Wangaza, a New York City Council member and Assembly member or former Charles Barron, and many, many more. The government continued to trot out their pitiful quote unquote witnesses, which were FBI special agents. One of them, Anna Myers, is a former Vero Beach police officer who serves in the Secret Service, in the US Secret Service, as a so-called Russian intelligence specialist for the FBI. She testified that she had spent a mere 6 months reviewing evidence of the case of the Uhuru 3. And from January to July 2022, just prior to the military-style raids on 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru Movement, Myers took up several hours of everyone's time. The jury was shown images on the screen showing activities of the Uhuru Movement. These included the African Charts Genocides Rally, marches to stop police violence, educational webinars, marches for justice following the murder of George Floyd, and marches for reparations sponsored by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Everybody could plainly see that the real work of the Uhuru Movement on behalf of the African working class during a time when the masses of people around the world were participating in the fight back against US colonial terror targeting the Black community. Myers also described images purported on the screenshots of communications and social media posts that the government falsely claimed were proof that the African People's Socialist Party conspired with the Russians to sow discord in America. The Uhuru 3 raised objection after objection, opposing and exposing the government's so-called quote-unquote evidence as hearsay, as speculation. During the cross-examination of Myers, they revealed her testimony and so-called investigation to be a lazy fabrication. Attorney Akbar, representing Jesse Neville, pointed out many instances of misidentification of basic information in her reports. He got her to admit that she was not actually familiar with most of the webinars and activities that she presented as evidence of sowing discord. Attorney Griffin, who represents Chairman Omali Yeshitela, forced Myers to confess that she has no personal knowledge and had not done an actual investigation into the case. She didn't actually speak with anyone. She made assumptions based on what she read on a computer screen. And Attorney Goodman, who is representing Penny Hess, asked the question, is it damaging to the national security of the United States to demand justice and reparations, to protest police violence, to protest US wars, even the Ukraine war? To which Myers had to answer no, 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 and then no. The government's other witnesses for day 3 spent their time on the stand describing photos of the computers, the hard drives, and literature that was seized during the FBI's raids on seven Uhuru homes and offices on July 29, 2022. The prosecutor said that they will have more witnesses and will present their closing arguments on Monday. The government's case is weak. It is nothing but lies, hearsay, and speculation. And as we know, the Uhuru 3 are innocent. The people must continue and will continue to stand strong for this fight for anti-colonial free speech and for the fight to organize for justice and self-determination. So come on Monday and start booking those tickets and get down here to Tampa, Florida. So that concludes our summation of day 3 of the trial. And now, as we move along with our program, I'm going to bring you up again, the African Nation Fight Song, which was written and composed by Karmat Alikia Ngoma, who is the maestra of our movement. And if you have not tuned into this song yet, get on up, get ready to sing, follow the lyrics. And if you have, then you know what to do. Uhuru.
Shout Uhuru.
Uhuru, and welcome back, everyone. You just heard the African Nation Fight song. I just really want to salute that really wonderful track by Carmine Alikia and Goma. You are tuning in to the official broadcast of the Uhuru 3 trial right here on the ground in Tampa, Florida. We are just about coming up on an hour to 30 minutes before court is beginning to pack the courtroom. So if you were here on the ground, go ahead, get out of that bed and get over here down to Tampa. And if you're thinking about coming, please let us know how we can help you. There are ways that we can work together, as comrades to get you down here on the ground in Tampa. So right now, as we continue our broadcast, we're going to move into our media segment. This gives us a chance to take a look back at some of the media coverage and interviews, that the Hands Off Uhuru defense team had to feverishly fight for to make sure that we could get this case out in the world. We're going to introduce our next segment, but before I do, I want to say that we are going to come back and give you some more updates about current media that is circling around the world in terms of what is happening right now on the court. So please continue to tune into today's broadcast to learn more about current media, coverage rather. So coming up next on our broadcast is an interview of the Chairman Omali Yeshitela on a program called Connecting the Dots. This is a podcast with Dr. Wilmer Leon. And in this interview, which aired on August 9th, 2024, Chairman Omali Yeshitela talks about the false narrative created and put forth by the U.S. government in this indictment against the Uhuru 3. And he helps us to understand that their attempt to use facts to obscure the truth. The work of the Hands Off Uhuru counteroffensive has been to share the truth and the work of the chairman and the movement and to expose the U.S. government their attempt to criminalize our movement and to trample on the people's right to freedom of speech. So let's go ahead and roll that clip. Uhuru.
The First Amendment of the Constitution reads as follows: Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. With that, here's a very simple question. If Congress cannot make a law abridging, which in law means to diminish or reduce in scope, the freedom of speech, then why will the Uhuru 3 have to go on trial on September 3rd of 2024 in the federal court in Tampa, Florida? If you want to know the answer to that, let's find out.
Connecting the Dots with Dr. Wilmer Leon, where the analysis of politics, culture, and history converge.
Welcome to the Connecting the Dots podcast with Dr. Wilmer Leon, and I am Wilmer Leon. Here's the point. We have a tendency to view current events as though they happen in a vacuum, failing to understand the much broader historical context in which most of these events take place. During each episode of this podcast, my guests and I have probing, provocative, and in-depth discussions that connect the dots between these events and the broader historic context in which they occur. This enables you to better understand and analyze the events and that impact the global village in which we live. On today's episode, the issue before us is, or are, the indictments of the Uhuru 3. Are the indictments of the Uhuru 3 a test case for the federal government? If Chairman Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville are convicted in this political attack, will free speech as we know it in this country no longer exist for anyone? Let's talk with my guest. He's a political activist and author. He's the co-founder and current chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, which was founded in 1972. And he also leads the Uhuru Movement, and he's one of the Uhuru 3. Chairman Omali Yeshitela, welcome back to the show.
Thank you so very much. It's good to be with you again. This question of free speech is something that reverberates through so many means, and you give me access to speak with your show, and that's extremely important because some people recognize that how people who want to speak are affected negatively if they cannot speak, but many people do not recognize that free speech attack does not only prevent me from speaking, it prevents people from hearing what I got to say. So it's an assault on people's ability to hear something that the government might not want heard or any other source. And so it's a critical question, and it's one of the things that gives such significance to being able to be here with you, Brother Leon. Yeah.
So the three of you are being charged with a violation of Statute 18 U.S.C. Section 371, conspiring to commit an offense against the United States and acting as an agent of a foreign government and foreign officials, to wit, the Russian Federation, without prior notification to the Attorney General as required by law, in violation of 18 U.S.C. 951A. With that as the technical description of what you all are charged with, what does that mean, and what is the basis of these baseless charges?
I think it's a really important question, because what the government is doing is using some facts to obscure truth, to hide truth. The fact is, I did not register with the United States government as a foreign agent. That's a fact. But the truth is, I'm not a foreign agent, never have been one, and I've always only worked for African people. They said that we ran candidates for office in 2017 and 2019 because the Russians wanted us to do that and paid for it. It's a fact. We ran candidates for city council and mayor in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2017 and 2019. But the truth is, the Russians did not pay for this. The Russians was not the idea of Russians, and we've been involved in electoral politics and have been teaching other Africans how to be involved in electoral politics for decades. They used the fact that we participated in a tour that was actually hosted by Frantz Fanon's daughter throughout the United States, a committee of the United Nations checking on the conditions of African people. And we collected petitions on the question of genocide. And we did go on that tour. We called it a winter tour. Went to Jackson, Mississippi, Washington, D.C., I think New York, and one or two other, Chicago, Illinois. That's a fact. We did those things. But the truth is that we did not do this for Russia. We did it because we wanted the United Nations to deal with this issue of genocide and reparations for African people in this country. So what they've done is take these facts and then construct a false conclusion for people. And it's extremely dangerous. And they do this at the expense of First Amendment, because everything they've charged us with has to do with us speaking, with us utilizing the Bill of Rights, or utilizing the First Amendment that you just mentioned in the opening of this show. But they cannot say that we are attacking them because they use speech. They cannot say they're attacking us just because we ran for office, which is something that we're supposed to have a constitutional right to do. It says not because they spoke, it's because they spoke because the Russians wanted them to speak. The Russians wanted them to sow discord. The Russians wanted them to run for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, as a stepping stone to somehow Russian interfering in the election, the national elections in this country. So that's dangerous, because that means that anybody. Oh, and it's a fact that I went to Moscow in May and September of 2015 at the invitation of a non-governmental organization, anti-global movement of Russia, to participate in discussions with other people around democratic rights and around self-determination for peoples from various places around the world. So those are facts. I did that. But it's a lie that I was a Russian agent and I did it in the service of Russia. I did it because Zuckerberg, and because the New York Times, and because the Washington Post, and because the Democratic Party and various other entities refuse to give access to Black people so that we can speak independently about what our situation is. And you got to remember what was happening in 2014, 2015 with Mike Brown uprising because of the police murder of that young man in August of 2014, I think it was, because of all kinds of police murder. Right before that one, the brother who was choked to death in New York, just all kinds of things were happening, and the story of our people from our own initiatives could not be heard. And so I wanted to be heard, and I've been struggling for our story to be heard all around the world for the longest period of time.
Well, everybody knows that if you are planning to conspire against the government, if you're planning to bring down the American empire, the city council of St. Petersburg, Florida is where you're going to start. That's the underbelly. That's the soft spot. That's the weak link in the American empire is St. Petersburg, Florida. Yeah. So I can see where the government would get the idea that, oh my gosh, the city council of Florida and then the world. You mentioned that you were, when you said you were brought to Moscow on behalf of an NGO, a non-government organization, that made me think about the Maidan coup in Ukraine and Samantha Power and the NGOs that the United States has used to overthrow the democratically elected government in Ukraine, how the United States has been trying to overthrow Venezuela through NGOs. So they've got a playbook as it relates to non-governmental organizations. They've got a playbook, and they understand very clearly how that game gets played. So that's one of the hypocrisies that immediately jumps out of me. And another one is they're claiming, or they're charging you with running people for elected office, when AIPAC, it was published in the New York Times back in April that AIPAC came out and said they are committing $100 million to the 2024 election to unseat democratically elected officials who they deem to be operating against the interests of Israel. And Jamal Bowman has been a victim of that, and Cori Bush fell victim to that I think she's in Kansas City. So
she's from St. Louis, Missouri.
From St. Louis. Thank you. I get my Kansas City and my St. Louis mixed up.
I got you.
In St. Louis. So here we have AIPAC operating on or with or for the interests of the Zionist government of Israel, saying publicly we're spending $100 million. I think they spent $7 million to unseat Bowman. So there seems to be some inconsistency, if not in the rule of law, at least in the practical applications here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially AIPAC is a splendid example, and it doesn't have to register as the people who accept that money as foreign agents. They don't have to register anything like that, and tremendous amounts of money, as you said, are involved in that. And there are corporations who do the same thing, who work for foreign governments, and it's well known, and they haven't had to file as foreign agents. And the thing is that they claim that our movement took, I think they said, $6,000, either $6,000 over 7 years or $7,000 from the Russians over 6 years. And they have taken, you talk about how they use facts to obscure truth, because we do forums and we do events online, and people make contributions to us online. And the AGM, the Russian anti-globalization movement, may have made some contribution to us online. But you're talking about, they say that over 6 years or 7 years, we got something like $6,000 from that movement. But and even if we had, it would not have been illegal. But the point is that we raised $6,000 in a few hours. We raised $300 and some odd $1,000 just to defend ourselves in this case that we're involved in. So they would take this paltry sum of money compared to the millions and billions of dollars that come from groups like APAC and from other kinds of and from corporations funnel into this country and to employ people from corporations from other places around the world. And so this is just a fabrication, and they play upon the ignorance of people. They say, for example, there's someplace in this indictment. They said that we went to Moscow in 2015 or 16, and with all they say all expense paid trip. This gives some impression of some great luxury that what was afforded to us. And by all expense, I mean that they paid for the air flight there. They paid for where we stayed and for food. Now I've gone on events. I've gone to international events sponsored by NGO close to the government of Spain, and they spent a lot of money. They spent money to bring me there and two other people, one of whom was from England, into Spain. They gave they paid us for coming, paid me for coming as well. But they would take this thing with Russia because the plot there is they've done so much work demonizing Russia, saying Russia is the key. That's why Donald Trump, they say Hillary Clinton didn't lose the election. The Russians won the election. This is the kind of stuff that they're feeding the public. And so it doesn't matter. That's why it's so important for us to have this kind of discussion, because they don't want this kind of stuff to get out even in a courtroom. They will place restrictions on what we can talk about in the courtroom. And that's why it's important for us to recognize that the trial has already begun. And this is some of the testimony that we're involved in at this very moment.
From what I understand, you have gone and spoken and gone to conferences in Ireland, in France, in England, in Spain, but all of those countries are European countries. Yeah. And so long as Europe is paying the tab, and then everything's fine. I've gone to Iran twice. Yeah. Similar types of programs been brought to peace conferences and human rights conferences in Iran. Yes. And they pay my airfare. They pay my hotel bill. Yes. They pay my meals while I'm there. Yeah. That's standard operating procedure.
But you're talking to
and they give you an honorarium. Yes. Many of them will give you an honorarium.
Some of them will. But we didn't even get an honorarium from Russia. But you think about this, that you're talking to a jury that many of whom never even leave the United States, don't have an understanding of how this stuff is. And so that sounds like some real esoteric or thing to, people, local people here in the Tampa Bay area or in this district where they intend to put us on trial. They intend to lynch us. Yeah.
In fact, I don't know the events that you attended, but when I went to Iran, I was there for the first trip. I was there for 10 days. And not only did I participate in this human rights conference, I lectured at like 13 universities throughout the country. I was in constant motion. It was not a vacation. In fact, I even got to spend 2 hours with former President Ahmadinejad while I was in Iran.
Yes.
But I'm saying that traveled all over the country by car, by plane. Man, it wasn't easy work. The honorarium, for as much as I appreciated receiving it, if you broke it down to an hourly rate, no. When I say it wasn't worth my time, I don't mean that it wasn't worth my time. I mean, it didn't equate to a decent hourly rate.
Yeah.
So
I just thought it was really important, and I think it is important. And every time I get an opportunity to tell the world about the conditions of African people in this country, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to say, even when you're involved with the United States, to other countries, because it's designated almost the entire world its enemy. And I'm saying that the United States accuses other countries of these egregious kind of things, that you have to hold the mirror up to the United States and force it to look at the treatment of African people, force it to look at the situation that they've had Mexicans in cages at the southern border, force it to look at the fact that 2024 now, you've got a situation where there are concentration camps, just like Gaza, so to speak, that they refer to as Indian reservations. You know, this is the reality of the United States, and that's what, and I want people to be able to recognize that the conditions of African people are similar, and that we want support. Like I've told them, we're not looking for pity. We're not looking for charity. We want solidarity in the struggle that we're involved in. We believe that we have the right to be a self-determining people. And we believe that there's nothing in the Constitution of the United States that should prohibit us from saying that we have that right. Even if we say it in Russia, even if we say it in places like Venezuela, or in Nicaragua, where I have been, or Ireland, as you mentioned, I have been. We have the right to be able to say that by the Constitution. So they either you got to burn it up, tear the Constitution up, and this is the conundrum that they have. And they, as you know, that since they've attacked us, we've seen charges all across the board on so many people similarly charged, being agents for foreign government, etc. Yes, Scott Ritter, just the other day.
Scott Ritter is a friend of mine,
yeah.
And I just had Scott Ritter on another show that I do, and the FBI just raided his house last week.
Yes,
took his computers, and in talking to Scott, what they really seem to be after in his case, because he was a UN weapons inspector,
right.
And he had all the evidence that proved there were
right.
no weapons of mass destruction
That's
in
right.
Iran. They took that trove of evidence from him, and we'll have to wait and see. And his point was because they want to rewrite the historic record, and they want to just eat. Well, he didn't. No, I'm not going to put words in that he didn't use. They want to rewrite the historic record, and they want to cleanse the record of the information that he possesses.
Yes, and of course we see Assange just getting out of prison right now for I've forgotten how many years he was locked up. And
17.
It's speech. It's freedom of press. Some of the charges against us of assaults on free press. They attack us because we did an interview on burningspear.org. That's our newspaper. That's the .org. We did an interview with a Russian saying that the people have a right to know the position that's coming from Russia. Zuckerberg, Facebook, everything had blocked anything that people were trying to talk about that represent the position that might be coming from Russia, just like they do now about Palestine. And so we did an interview. And so they said that was evidence of the fact that we worked for the Russians. So, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that they've done, but it's a real treacherous situation because they're at a place where they say that if you have a position that is the same position of another government, another country, and what have you, then they can charge you with working as an accomplice of that government in some crime that they claim that government is creating. And that's a dangerous kind of thing. I mean, you talked about your trips and stuff to Iran, and that's especially true when you look at Iran, because they've identified Russia, Iran, Venezuela, China, Korea, as these enemies, that they're contending with, and they don't want anybody to know truth that's independent of what it is that they have to say.
And when you peel back the layers of the onions, whether you're talking about Russia, talking about China, talking about Venezuela, Iran, what we're dealing with is anti-imperialism. What we're dealing with is anti-colonialism. That's what's really at the crux of this issue. It's not communism. It's not socialism. It's not any other kind of ism. It's anti-fascism, colonialism, and anti-imperialism. That's what's at the crux, because that's what the empire sees as being the greatest threat.
That is the question. And, you know, from our analysis, the whole emergence of the Soviet Union, things like that, came about as a consequence of the Communist Party, the Bolsheviks at that time, refusing to participate with the rest of the colonial powers in the world in that first imperialist world war to redivide the world. And that was a world that was extreme crisis for the whole social system. That's the time frame. You look at this 1917 being the Russian Revolution. You're looking at the time of the of World War I, as they call it, a time frame that saw a struggle even happening throughout this country, bombing of Tulsa, Oklahoma, people everywhere resisting this colonial domination. And Russia became a serious factor because, unlike the rest of the colonial powers, Russia refused to participate in that world war to redivide the world. And that turned all of them against Russia too. So the Russian Revolution happens in 1917. And by the way, much of some of the law that we have been victimized has its origin in that time frame as well. Russian Revolution in 1917 and 1918, all the colonial powers, including the United States and Japan, invade Russia. They invaded Russia to crush it, and that struggle that they talk about with Ukraine and what have you. Some people are able to see a beginning, and like 2014 when the
Maidan coup.
Maidan coup. But I'm saying even
thank you, Samantha Power.
Yeah. But even before that, they've been dealing with Russia. You know, going back, like I said, more than 100 years, and even the NATO that they use in Ukraine, and NATO that they use to kill Gaddafi. This NATO has its origin. It was created for the purpose of containing or crushing Russia. So this is not a new phenomenon. This is something that's been going on for a long time, because they saw at one time Russia being aligned with the colonized peoples of the world and with the working peoples of the world. And this was a system that could not tolerate that and could not tolerate it spreading globally.
In fact, if you fast forward to the late 50s and the 60s, and you look at the anti-colonial movements in a number of African countries, such as South Africa, such as Angola, what you find is the Soviet Union was involved in providing funding, training, weapons to freedom fighters, supporting anti-imperialist, anti-colonial movements in those countries, leading to the freedom of a number of those countries, along with Cuba and some others. So people really need to understand the broader, they need to connect the dots here, and so that they can understand the broader, in fact, historic context in which these events take place. People need to ask themselves, where is Patrice Lumumba University? Folks, who was Patrice Lumumba? Where is Patrice Lumumba University? It's not in Nigeria. It's not in Swaziland. It's in Moscow.
And I spoke at Patrice Lumumba before an organization of migrants and that were located in Russia. That was one of the things I spoke for. And I think it's really important to say that they intend to provide some kind of Russia expert who will testify that Russia has a history of creating foils, creating forces like our party and our movement to undermine the United States and undermine Western powers, et cetera. And they will use the kind of stuff that you're talking about as evidence of complicity of Russia in being in control of us, because Russia did support the struggle in Angola and various other places, and trained and funded and supported. And they go back all the way to that to show that there's this historical trend coming from Russia even though it was the Bolsheviks that they're talking about, that was for the purpose of corrupting, undermining the United States and the Western powers, the democracies. They would show that that's the typical thing, that we are typical dupes of Russia, if not dupes, cooperatives of Russia, based on the stuff that you just mentioned, which you and I think is right on. But you and I think is glorious. I mean, that puts them in a situation of having them saying Mandela, who they love. He's the Negro they love. That Mandela took support from the Soviet Union and was refused, along with other African countries, to condemn Russia around the Ukrainian question, precisely because of the history of Russia as it relates to people who are struggling for freedom.
And the Palestinian question as well.
Palestinian question.
Nelson Mandela was very clear that as he was fighting for the rights of South Africans, he was on record as saying, even when we win this struggle, we will not have completed our mission until the Palestinians are free.
Yes.
So, in fact, a lot of people don't know, the first head of state that Madiba went to see when he was released from Robben Island was Fidel Castro.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of folks don't know that history, but and in fact, Mandela said, and I'll paraphrase, "Your enemy is not my enemy, and I am not going to allow you to select who my friends and who my enemies are."
Sure. That's the thing. 60 years ago, African people in this country initiated the Freedom Summer in Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
And we dealt with the Freedom Summer in 1964. It was revolving around just democratic rights for Black people being murdered, especially in Mississippi, which was the headquarters of much of the terror, being murdered, African people being denied access to the ballot, just as what's happening with us. As quiet as it's kept them. I fought for the Civil Rights Bill. I fought for the Voting Rights Act, and now I'm being charged because of participating independently in the electoral process. But 60 years ago, Freedom Summer, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was the key force in creating the Freedom Summer, and people came from all around the country into Mississippi. And a lot of white people came. And this was something that SNCC did deliberately, in part because they knew that if white people came, the ruling class media that was no longer paying attention to the civil rights movement, just as they don't in this movement, if white people came, then the media would come with them because some were children of media owners and big shot white people. And also the white people who came would face some of the same threats that Africans were facing in Mississippi. And as you know, on the first day of Freedom Summer, 1964, in Mississippi, 3 people died, 2 of whom were white. Schwerner,
Goodman, and Cheney.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then and that brought a lot of attention to it. But off of that movement in 1964, that pushed the Civil Rights Act. That pushed them to have to, in 1965, pass the voting rights legislation. But 1965 is also the year that killed Malcolm X. And so that even though now you can vote, that they're doing things to eliminate what you would vote for. They killed Malcolm X. 1968, they killed Martin Luther King. 1969, the war against the Black Panther Party was clear to everybody around the whole world, that you had the head of the FBI declaring that the Black Panther Party represented the greatest threat to the internal security of this country. They arrested 21 members of the Black Panther Party on a conspiracy charge in New York, on more than 100 charges, including threats to blow up the flowers in the botanical garden, that thing that lasted for 2 years, and they beat every one of the charges. And they were ridiculous charges in the first place, but you had this period. So what we've done is we are now engaged in the Freedom Summer project, Freedom.
Uhuru, wow, what a dynamic interview with Chairman Omali Yeshitela on the Connecting the Dots podcast with Dr. Wilmer Leon. I really want to appreciate some of the things that were raised in that podcast, especially, the chairman's speaking about us being able to bring the true testimony, into this process, because there is so much that they will not allow us to even bring into the courtroom, which is why this podcast is important, or this broadcast is important, and which is why it's so important that we continue to see and understand the depth of the history of the African People's Socialist Party, the work of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And as the chairman says, this process of the state using truth, or using facts rather, to obscure the truth. And this is how we continue to expose all of that here on this broadcast and here on the ground in the courtroom. So again, I want to appreciate everybody for tuning in to this live broadcast of the Uhuru 3 trial here on the ground in Tampa, Florida. If you are tuning in online, please remember to share this with family, with friends. Get this out there, put this on your social media platforms, #HandsOffUhuru, help us get this out into the world. So next up on our broadcast, we will bring you a classic presentation by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. In this video, the chairman speaks on the historical basis for the African reparations movement. He highlights the party's work to make reparations a mass demand and also a household name at a time when many of those who were fighting for reparations were seen as a quote-unquote lunatic fringe. The US government claims in its case against the Uhuru 3 that some of the overt acts committed by our comrades were, quote, publishing a petition charging the United States with genocide, speaking and organizing at UN, hearings for reparations to African people around the US. And well, this powerful presentation that we're going to see here from the early 2000s documents the fact that Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the party didn't just pick up reparations, this whole demand recently, or at the direction of any government, especially a foreign, Russian government, but instead we clearly see that the chairman and the Uhuru movement have been fighting for reparations and making this demand for more than 40 years. So now we bring you this classic presentation of Chairman Omali Yeshitela speaking on the question of reparations to African people. Let's roll that clip. Uhuru.
And this discussion that we want to have today about reparations is a critical discussion. As it has already been mentioned, some years ago, I think it was 1981 or so, perhaps it was 82, when we built an organization called the African National Reparations Organization, ANRO. I had met Dorothy Lewis a year or so prior to that, talking about reparations. It's a really important kind of discussion because it was during a time when anybody talking about reparations was considered a part of a lunatic fringe. It was just an absolutely irrational, extraordinary discussion. Not only was that the view held by many white people and so-called white progressives in particular. In fact, I found that in many instances it was the white progressives who were most vehemently opposed to the concept of reparations, but also many educated and ordinarily well-informed Africans were opposed to the concept of reparations as well. Again, considering it the advocates of reparations as being a part of a lunatic fringe. It's just extraordinary. But on September 11th of this year, an extraordinary event happened that shattered the self-confidence of white people all around the world, shattered the self-confidence of Europe, of North America, this whole assumption that America was invulnerable, that nothing could happen here, that the arsenal of nuclear weapons and more money spent for weapons of war made it impossible for America to ever be punished for anything that it was doing anyplace else in the world. And I think what we saw on September 11th in many ways was a culmination, certainly the greatest statement, the greatest example of an incredible transformation that's been happening in the world now for some time and is now just achieved or in the process of achieving critical mass. We have defined this era in the African People's Socialist Party. We have defined this era that we are confronted with as the final offensive. We did this much earlier than September 11th. We had, and because it's necessary for us to try to define the context within which our struggle occurs here and around the world. You talk about fighting for freedom, you're talking about making a struggle, then it is necessary, if you are a revolutionary, as we are, if you're generally someone who's involved in political transformation, we have to establish the political context, the economic context, the social context within which this struggle you are involved in is occurring. That's different from people who are motivated by religious convictions and other things. You look for other kinds of evidence, but for us, it was necessary to do that. And our organization, which was founded in the early 1972, in fact, the African People's Socialist Party, was born into an era of tremendous demoralization of the masses of our people. We were born into an era of defeat. The fact is that the black revolution in this country had been destroyed. Most of our most significant leaders had been assassinated. I'm talking about people like Malcolm. I'm talking about folk like Martin Luther King. I'm talking also about the more than 30 members of the Black Panther Party and others whose names many of us don't know and perhaps never will know until after we win our freedom and can begin to look at all of those grassroots movements that emerged throughout this country in small communities and that did not have a massive publications and public relations capacity such as we saw with the Black Panther Party and with the Nation of Islam. Our movement had been wiped out. The last memory before 1972 that people had of resistance of African people, I mean real resistance. I'm not talking about this silliness of chanting every 4 years, run, Jesse, run. The last evidence of resistance had been tanks in the streets of our communities, had been Rizzo lining up Black Panthers in Philadelphia and stripping them naked to demoralize our population and to make a statement about what would happen with resistance. It was Fred Hampton who was murdered in his bed in a drug-induced sleep that snitch for the FBI had created by putting drugs in his Kool-Aid before he went to bed. It was Bobby Hutton, 17 years old, gunned down by the Oakland Police Department 2 days after the assassination of Martin Luther King. It was, as I mentioned, war in the streets of this country. And so that was the context into which our movement was built. And so at that juncture, we assumed for ourselves the responsibility to struggle to try and rebuild this whole pro-independence movement, to give again some kind of life and credence, and particularly given the fact that, especially beginning in 1969, you talk about terror. You talk about terror in this country, the terrorism that various forms of the United States government employed to crush our movement, talking about ordinary meetings, such as this meeting that's occurring now, being raided with gun-wielding cops, sometimes even with children in the room, with people being chased underground, out of the country and what have you, massive arrest everywhere. That was the situation that we came out of, and that was the situation that we were trying to organize in. That was the context. It was a political defeat that we were in, demoralization. And then on the back of that, the government had put drugs in our community. First, it was heroin. Some of you remember the heroin. That was the first attack. And we were talking about chemical warfare that was used by this government against African people. And then later, of course, because of, and I should mention the heroin question, because as you know, at the same time, the government was moving to crush our struggle. Part of the way it moved to crush our struggle, they used every component of the government against us. They used draft boards. They used draft boards to take youngsters off the streets who might be participating as Black Panthers or in some other form of the movement, and they sent them to Vietnam to kill and to die. At the same time, they were fighting the courageous Vietnamese who simply wanted to repossess their own land. They had fought, the Vietnamese who had fought for so long, had to fight the Chinese, had to fight the Japanese, had to fight the French, and defeated the French. And when they defeated the French, which, by the way, France held Vietnam as a colony for more than 100 years, and for 100 years, France brought through drug money. France turned Vietnam into a drug colony and brought most of its resources from that colony came in the form of drugs. And in 1954, at Dien Bien Phu, when the Vietnamese kicked the French out, the United States came to take their place and to take over the drug trade. And we know they took over the drug trade. This was the area that was called the Golden Triangle, because most of the heroin in the world was coming from that location at that time. And at the same time this was happening, Richard Milhous Nixon and other presidents preceding him had been making war against our struggle for happiness and return of our resources. That's all we were fighting for the happiness of our people, for a return of resources that have been stolen from us for more than 400 years. And then Nixon sent the man who constructed the terrorist war against our movement, talking about William Sullivan, who was then over the counterinsurgency program of the FBI, that murdered Bobby Hutton, that murdered Fred Hampton, that killed we don't know how many other militants around this country, arrested how many others, military sweeps, took so many people out. William Sullivan was then rewarded by Richard Milhous Nixon and sent to what they called Indochina and to this area. And his job was to fight a so-called war against drugs, and there was no drug problem at that time. And then as soon as Sullivan got there, what we saw was the immediate explosion of heroin on the streets of Philadelphia and small communities throughout this country as well. And the objective, of course, was, along with everything else, was to crush a revolutionary movement of African people, because the most consistent revolutionary force in this country has been Black people. The whole question of democracy in America has been defined by the struggles of African people in this country. And this war was being extraordinarily effective. And then, as you know, in July of 1979, the courageous folk in the Sandinistas military force swept into Managua, kicked out that Uncle Tom regime that had been put in power by Uncle Sam, the Somoza regime, chased them out of there. And that shifted the counterinsurgency efforts of the United States from that area of the world in Indochina, as they characterize it, into Latin America. Just so happens that in Latin America, that's where most of the world's cocaine was coming from. Just so happened when they get to Latin America, we lose our taste for heroin and decide that we really like cocaine. But not just cocaine, something that somebody went into a laboratory and created. Now they want us to believe that the same 17-year-old Black male high school dropout living in the projects who they say can't do mathematics, right, has created some kind of laboratory in the housing project where he is transforming this cocaine into now what they call crack. Not only is the kid so clever that he can do these things, but he's hooked up with the Medellin cartel and many other drug cartels throughout Bolivia and Colombia and what have you. He's got connections at the ports in Houston, Texas, and Tampa, Florida, and Oakland, California. And he's even made it possible to put cocaine behind the panels on what used to be Eastern Airlines when they land into this country. So now cocaine's everywhere. And you know that's who did it, because every time you see on television the drug kingpin is some kid living in the housing projects. And you know that's where it is, because that's where all the helicopters are, and that's where all the guns and all the terror now being waged in our community in the name of fighting against drugs. In fact, every right that we thought that we had won during the civil rights movement was now being taken back from us in the name of fighting against drugs. This was the new form of counterinsurgency to destroy the revolution, to make sure the revolution would never rear its head in this country again. Every newspaper article you read, there was an article on crack babies and crack mothers. The whole population became demoralized. The capitalist government and system and business people who wouldn't give a black youngster a job in the legal capitalist economy now created an illegal capitalist economy where everybody could be employed. Truth of the matter is that the biggest employer in the black community during this time was the government, and guess what they was employing people to do? Push drugs. In fact, as we used to say back during that time, that if you really want to know the truth, that the crack house was the White House, the rock house was the White House, and Uncle Sam was the pusher man. And so the drugs were everywhere, and this was the war that was being made against us. And so the people were demoralized. The whole mass of people were demoralized. And so we had to build a party in this time. How do you build a party? The organizations wiped out. All our organizations wiped out. Our leaders killed. The members of the organization dispersed. Now the community is no longer together. At the height of the period, the original Nation of Islam had a newspaper they put out 1 million, they had a distribution of 1 million newspapers every year. The Black Panther Party had more than 250,000 newspapers, and there were local organizations everywhere that had connections and that were distributing their papers. And so we knew what was going on in the world, not through CBS, not through Dan Rather, but through our own publications and what have you. Now with this movement, we don't know what the hell is going on, not only from city to city and state to state. We don't know what's going on in the same communities anymore. We live in the same city. If something happens across town, we don't know anything about it. This was the context into which this movement was built. Let me tell you this. The crucial development and the struggle of African people in the 60s, and that was a crucial time, because the fact is that a revolution happened in this country in the 60s, and it was defeated. And it was a revolution that you have to understand, because of African people in particular. Because what has happened, there's been this rewrite of history, this historical revisionism that will make you think that the 60s was just about white kids in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco talking about make love and not war. When they talk about the Vietnam syndrome and what the possibilities are, you can believe if you want to that they're talking about just fighting a war in Vietnam. But they had another war that they had to fight here. In fact, the Vietnamese would say that one of the reasons America couldn't win in Vietnam was because they were fighting on too many fronts. Because even as they were fighting in Da Nang, they were also fighting in Detroit and Philadelphia and all around this country trying to hold down and oppress people. That was just the objective reality that we're talking about. And guess what? It was during a period where the Chinese said there's great disorder under the heavens, and where revolution was the main trend in the whole world. Every oppressed person on the planet Earth was trying to be free. And that was not different for us. We were fighting in South Africa. We saw the 60s open up with this magnificent struggle that happened in Cuba in 1959. And then we saw revolutionary activity just happening all over the world. It was just an incredible period of time. And that movement had been defeated, and we are talking about trying to rebuild this process. And that was the context that the African People's Socialist Party was born into. How to rebuild this movement, how to bring African masses back into political life. When now we've been separated from each other, we're not in touch with each other, the media won't even, you can have a press conference and nobody shows up. Media doesn't want to know anything that's happened. They don't want to know. And the only thing that broke this cycle in terms of the media was an accident. And this accident was where this white man with his video camera recorded Rodney King being beat damn near to death. And this white man, not the news media, just took it to a news station, and somehow he got it on. And once it hit, it took on a life of its own. It wasn't because the media came out. How many times in our communities, I know, that we've called press conference to show a victim of police violence. See the police and nobody shows. They don't care anything about that. They don't want anybody to know about it. But this accident, which was a really important kind of thing, because what the accident did was contribute to uniting the consciousness of African people, not only in this country, but around the world. Because everybody knew about it. Everybody knew the guy's name who got beaten. Some people knew the name of all the cops who beat him. Some people knew how many times they hit him when they and kicked him, etc. So now you see this process of a collectivization of our consciousness, which was really important. And then, of course, you saw the O.J. Simpson trial, which also played a role here. Because all the white people were saying, they didn't understand why all the black people were saying O.J. is innocent. And all the white people said he was guilty. Of course, we said he was innocent, but y'all know how that works. We just had an attitude about the system that's responsible even today for 1 out of every 10 black men in this country being locked up in the prison. And then after, of course, he got off, then the white people were saying, I really don't understand. You know, with all this evidence, he walked. And we had to say, now you're going to change the rules. Now evidence is important, right? All these other times we've been trying, evidence didn't mean anything, you understand? But of course, the O.J. Simpson thing was another thing that we grew up, and everybody knew O.J. Simpson. Everybody watched it together. We had this collective experience with O.J. We had the collective experience with Rodney King, etc. And that was something that factored into, and there were other things. Struggles happened in this country. Struggles, in my view, please forgive me, but I have to say it. I've seen, what was it called? This march in Washington, D.C., where atonement. Million Man March. Yeah, the atonement. It was for atonement. Day of Atonement. Here, the whole United States government, right, is making all these terrible attacks every day on African people, have characterized us in the most bestial and animalistic ways, making all kinds of laws, taking every right that we thought we had, and then I gotta go atone. No. And anyway, but there was the thing that was significant about it, of course, is that millions of African people were looking for some vehicle by which to express resistance. And so more than a million, and this is just mostly African men, showed up in Washington, D.C. It was a great statement. And then, of course, in my view, one of the perhaps most significant of all things that happened during this period of time was 1996, when October of 96, October 24th to be exact, in St. Petersburg, Florida, 2 cops took the life of Tyrone Lewis, 18-year-old African youngster in the middle of the African community, 3 blocks from our office. And right on the spot of this rebellion growing out of hand-to-hand combat with the police resulted in police cars being torched and police precincts being destroyed, as well as these vicious merchants who victimized the community for a long time. And then, of course, because the government declared that we were responsible for it, they attacked our building 300 strong on November 13th. They used all the tear gas they had in the city of St. Petersburg on that building. A lot of folks tried to kill off our leadership. And then the masses rose up. They shot down a helicopter, they wounded 2 cops, and chased 300 cops out of the community. And so I felt like, I mean, all of these were just really galvanizing and turning points in the struggle of our people in this country. And I think that's been happening for a while now. I think that we're seeing a movement in the process of growing now, of coming back to life in a serious way and overcoming this counterinsurgency that we've been confronted with. But it's been a long struggle. I want to just say we characterize this period as an era of the final offensive. That is to say, we believe that the historical life of imperialism is just about wasted. That's not to say that there are not going to be more serious battles, and we're going to lose some battles. But in terms of historical terms, we believe that we've entered into what we characterize as the final offensive. To get there, I think it's important to understand some things, all of us, because most of us have been fed fallacies and fantasies all of our lives that pose as history. And as an African, I've had to experience going to some of the same schools that Sister Dorothy Lewis talked about that turned out these incredibly these incredibly backwards products. My daddy used to tell me, boy, you're an educated fool. And he was right, I have to say. And most of us who are educated fools, because it is our enemies who educated us, right? Yeah. And our enemies wouldn't educate us to be able to free and liberate ourselves. No, he wouldn't do that. But much of what we've been fed as history has been just the most nonsensical, ridiculous, asinine, backward stuff. And I'm so sorry. I make my children go to school. You know what I mean? And it's the worst kind of garbage. It's worse than garbage. I grew up with this assumption, of course, about why, you have to ask yourself this question as an African: why is it that we are poor? We don't have nothing. Africans, and anywhere you look in the world, Africans are starving, Africans are poor, living in the worst kinds of conditions in the world, and then white people are all wealthy, and white people define themselves and define me and define themselves for me, right? Except and define me, for me, and all of this, and of course I was taught the reason this was true is because white people are more civilized. And white people are thrifty, unlike Africans, because we like to sleep and like to dance and have parties. And white people are smarter than that. They save their money, etc. And plus, and this was the the final thing. We all heard this before. We don't know how to do job interviews, right? Because we go to the job and sagging and what have you, all this old silliness and what have you. But the truth of the matter is extraordinarily different from this. And I remember even in my lifetime telling somebody that I was glad slavery had happened, because if it hadn't been for slavery, I would have been over there in them jungles and et cetera, and them white people brought me here, et cetera, because I was a good student. They skipped me grades when I was in school. I was a good student, you understand? Which meant that I was probably whiter than the white people in my brain, right? That's the way it works. We become better white people than white people, because we study harder. White people naturally, we have to work at that stuff. And I guess they like that naturally. That takes us to a whole different place, doesn't it? But the truth of the matter is that that is putting history upside down. And in fact, white people, Europe, between the periods of 1347 and 1351, half the white people on earth died. They died from bubonic plagues, pneumonic plagues, all kind of plagues. It was just incredible. And white people just dying like flies all over Europe. And it was a problem that was complicated by the fact that white people didn't believe in bathing. They didn't. They thought that bathing made you sick. They thought that would cause illness and disease. And so you can imagine, everybody dying all around you. It was so bad that whole families would die, and the husband wouldn't bury a wife or child. They'd all run from it. Just leave them there, etc. It was so bad that the memory of that era, that period in time, is with us today, and like the nursery rhyme, like ring around the roses, pocket full of posies, etc. Because the plague manifests itself on the skins of white people like a rose with a ring around it. And the pocket full of posies was because people were literally walking around decaying. And so they put posies or flowers in their pockets to cover the stench. And if remember the game, ring around the roses, and all of a sudden everybody falls like this. And that was because that's exactly what was happening in Europe. And so you had this whole period of time where just white people just like dying like flies all over Europe. And even without the bad place that the economy was in throughout Europe, and it was in bad place, think about the fact that half the population dying in 3 or 4 years. What does that do to an economy? You got a whole bunch of poor people. You ain't got no farmers. I mean, you ain't got, craftspersons. Everybody's just dying. I mean, half the people are dead in between 47 and 51. So you got a terrible economy, and over the next 50 or more years, there was an actual decline in the population of Europe. Now, so it's only a few years after this that Columbus leaves. Some people said he was escaping. It's only a few years after this that Columbus leaves. And it's really important to say this because I'm sitting up in class and going to school, and I'm taught that the reason these white people were sailing all over the place because they had this intellectual itch, right? And that they had to see what was over here and experience all of this. And there was Prince Henry, a navigator from Portugal, who was funding all these trips, etc. And they came upon all of us savages. But the truth of the matter is, it was poverty and disease that chased Europe out of Europe. Chased Europe out of Europe and into the rest of the world. And they came to the Americas, what we now know as the Americas. There are some people estimate that as many as 300 so-called Indians lived throughout the Americas, not just here, but throughout the Americas. When Columbus landed in what is now known as Haiti, there was 9 million Indians there. 4 years later, there were only 2 million left. By 1888, 98% of all the so-called Indians in the Americas were dead. Right? Were dead, wiped out. Now, you can call it being civilized if you want to go and kill 98% of the population. I don't call that civilization. And then, of course, this attack on Africa. Now, I just want to tell you some things about Africa, just quickly, because I don't want to belabor the point too much.
Please do.
But this is what you must understand. Because Africa, like African people, here and everywhere, is the most slandered place on earth. You won't find slander about any place on the planet Earth worse than what you hear about Africa. Effective slander. I mean, I grew up, looking at comic books and cartoons that showed the chubby white missionaries who were caught in Africa, and they're now in the kettle where they were being cooked by the grinning savages with bone in the nose. They were going to cook and eat the white people. And it's only now that you learn that if somebody was going to eat somebody, it was probably from Milwaukee, right? And his name was probably Jeffrey, who ate a whole damn black community, and if you look at it historically, even now, where they're trying to redeem the Neanderthals because they found Neanderthals didn't really disappear, they moved to Germany, even as they reinventing the Neanderthals because this used to be the most brutal, savage hominid that was out there, but now they discovered the Neanderthal was really kind of smart and wise, etc. Because they keep finding that the Neanderthal looked like is somebody, an entity that mated. They call it mate, but a Neanderthal probably didn't too much mating. It was probably. You remember the books that we used to see, some of us, when we were children, with this big white cave guy with a big club on his shoulder, and he's dragging this white woman by her hair, and she's got a big hickey on her head, and this love signs, coming up, that's how they made it. You understand? That was that's where the whole concept of a love tap, a love lick comes from. You understand? From this thing, and of course they dig up a Neanderthal and they find the community, and they find all these human bones where it looks like somebody made pork chops and stuff out of them. And so it really wasn't in Africa that this stuff was happening, but it is most slandered. And the Europeans, to justify the attack on Africa, they characterized what they were doing as the white man's burden. They said, we really don't want to do this, but we've just got to go out and civilize all of them. But the truth is that increasingly now, for everybody to see, not only did civilization itself have its origin in Africa, and that's, few people even debate that any longer, but human life itself has its origin in Africa. And it's important to make that statement, because what we see on TV and what we hear so much about Africa is about the savage conditions that exist in Africa, and there are savage conditions in Africa. I mean, there's war and there's famine and all of that, but they are artificially induced in Africa, see? They didn't exist. You don't find this in the history of Africa before the white man got to Africa. And they spent so much time trying to separate our history from us. First, they stole the pyramids. And first of all, they didn't want to make Egypt a part of Africa. They did not. Egypt is not a part of Africa. You got some dumb Egyptians who carry that line out as well. Just like you got some dumb Negroes who spend all their lives trying to straighten their hair and, make their skins, these funny colors. But the truth is that, and so, they said, well, damn, we got to admit it's in Africa. And so then they decided that, well, it wasn't the Africans who built the pyramids. They went so far as to say that extraterrestrial persons, like some creatures that came from outer space, chariots of the god, built the pyramids. And then they said, well, it wasn't really, maybe that wasn't it, but there was Jews who was captured and came and put to work and did that. And you believe that's who it was, right? The Jews did it, right? Didn't build them any place else where the Jews were, right? Didn't build them for themselves, but they just built them when they came to Africa, right? Which makes a lot of damn sense. I agree, the Jews did it. They got there, they liked it so much, they said, let's build some pyramids here. Not to build them there, nowhere else where Jews are, but he's just going to build them. So that kind of nonsense is what was taught. But the truth is, they don't know how the shit happened yet. In the year 2001, they don't understand how that was the level of technology that existed in Africa. And what we know, of course, is that the technology in Egypt came from the south up to what would be called down to Egypt. So that is the reality. And we had incredible civilizations that we transported to various places in the world. That's why you can find pyramids in various places in South America. That's why the oldest civilization, pre-Mayan civilization, that you will find is the Olmec civilization. You ever seen the Olmec? You ever seen the pictures of this huge stone heads that they found in southern Mexico and down in Central America of this Olmecs? Looked like Mike Tyson or somebody, right? And they used to have a story for that. They said initially that, well, it really wasn't an African. They said that back then when it was made, that the tools were really blunt and what have you, and they did. This is what scientists were saying from the white community. And when that didn't fly too well, they said, well, there used to be fine features, but the wind, over a period of time, the wind changed it, etc., and made it look like bubble, and what have you. And this is all of the kind of stuff that they did. But Africa has been an incredible civilization. Not just, and this whole notion of Tarzan and what have you is something that white folk created for themselves and to justify a lot of terrible things that they were doing in Africa and to the world. And Africans need ourselves to, first of all, to recapture that, and secondly, stop running away from Africa. Because you can get on a boat in Africa in 1619 as an African and then get off in New Jersey as a Negro. Because if we got on the boat in Africa as Africans, when we got off the damn boat, unless this was the boat that Jonah fell off and was swallowed by the big fish, or maybe the one that Noah created under those unusual circumstances, if it was an ordinary boat, if you get on the boat as an African, when you get off, you're the same damn thing you was when you got on. We were Africans when we got on the damn boat, and we were Africans when we got off the boat. If we understood that, we wouldn't be running around waving this damn flag and what have you because of what happened at the so-called World Trade Center. That's really important for us to come to grips with. And the second reason it's important is because a lot of resources were stolen from Africa. You understand that? A lot of resources. And the most important of those resources, I can tell by 1400, Portugal, little tiny Portugal, little backwoods Portugal, the place that you can even read about in the paper today, by 1400, Portugal had taken 700 tons of gold out of Africa. Portugal by itself. That's not counting any of the others. Do you understand what I'm saying? A lot of resources were taken out of Africa, and it built Europe. It built the capitalist system. It made the wealth that white people enjoy today. And the most fundamental resource that was taken out of Africa sitting in this room right now, black people. All over the world we are. On virtually every continent. So how does the wealth come? How does it happen? Well, Marx, who some white folks used to believe in, right, said clearly that capitalism, for it to emerge and succeed, required the existence of a world trade. There had to be world trade. What made world trade? What introduced world trade? A world system, but the slave trade. It was selling black people around the world that created for the first time in history a single world system. And that system was capitalism. Capitalism was born at the expense of Africans, at the expense of Indians, at the expense of Mexicans and oppressed peoples around the world. And capitalism was born as white power. That's why you got these Negroes running around talking about they're capitalists. They're so silly. These are educated Negroes. Because capitalism got its birth selling your grandmama. It has no redeeming value. I don't care what it's like pornography. It has no redeeming value at all. That's what born it. That's what gave it birth. Selling, killing Indians, destroying the masses of people everywhere. Capitalism, what Marx referred to as the primitive accumulation of capital. Where did they get the money to start this thing with from the beginning? It was through rape and pillage. That's why we talk about reparations. It was through rape and pillage. You can't find the existence, you can't find the amass of this wealth that gave rise to capitalism outside of the rape and pillage that happened. I'm talking about the rape of India. I'm talking about Vietnam by the French. I'm talking about the fact that that England fought a war against China, an opium war from 1841-42, turned China into a nation of junkies. And you think that I'm lying. Somebody in the room, when I talked about the U.S. government pushing drugs in our community, somebody said, no, the government wouldn't do that. Why the hell wouldn't they do it? The whole system got started that way. And if they sold my grandmama, why in the hell wouldn't they sell my grandmama some drugs? That's just the reality. So it is a social system that got its birth from rape and pillage, that constructed itself of rape and pillage. And it constructed the state. You know what the state is. The state is this bureaucracy, this organized violence, this the police, it's the military, it's the jails, it's the courts, and etc. That's the state. And the state is something that grows out of society for the purpose of protecting the status quo. It maintains the social system that is in place. And how did the state in this country get born? The state, I'm talking about the Philadelphia Police Department, that we act like we're surprised because it murdered Dante Dawson, shot him, killed him, 19 years old, just sitting in his car, minding his own business. Because it's the same state that has 1 out of every 10 African men in this country locked up in a prison. That is a form of genocide, not only because of what they do to the men who are in prison, but because of what they do to a community that will never grow because those men are in prison. For the children who can't be born, a form of birth control, and that they brag about. Even their thinkers talk about the reason the crime goes down, they say. Because the birth rate of the African community goes down because they got all those Africans who are locked up in prison. My country, 'tis of thee. That's the reality that we are confronted with. Reality that we have to contend with even now. And so we have this creation, this monstrosity that sweeps the planet like a plague and destroys so much of the world, the people. You got environmentalists, white environmentalists in this country acting like they're surprised that the whale is endangered when it killed damn near every Indian they could find. You know? And so you saw this emergence of capitalism and tremendous resources stolen from all over the world, stolen from Africa. Africa is extraordinarily rich in natural resources. There are places like the Shaba province in Congo. There are places in Sierra Leone where it's literally true where diamonds are literally on the ground. You know, you can kick them like that. But the masses are starving. Starving in rags. I mean, in rags that you cannot even imagine people having to wear. Somebody else controls all our resources. Somebody else controls everything. And Europe and North America control 80% of the resources of the people on the planet Earth. Africa today, right now, has a situation where only 7% of the so-called formal trade in Africa happens among African people. In Africa. That means what? 93%. 93% of the resources that come out of Africa going to Europe, North America, increasingly into Japan. That means that's stolen resources. Only 7% of the formal trade. And even that 7%, that what we're talking about, are products and where the value has been determined by Europe and by the people who are getting it. They decide how much they're going to pay you for what you sell them and how much they're going to pay you for what it is that they get from you. So it is an extraordinarily distorted reality that we're confronted with, this distortion growing out of a system where Europe gained power over the rest of the world through the worst kinds of violence, etc. And what we see now, relations based on that. The relationships that Africans have with each other and with Europe and the rest of the world come from that same process of attack on Africa. Africa, a whole continent, was treated as a place for breeding slaves. That's what Africa was for breeding people who would be shipped off. A whole continent shipped off to grow Europe, to grow white people, to grow their well-being at our expense. That is the objective reality. That's the objective reality that I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about, you know, what people think about it. I'm talking about what is objectively true. And that's what we have to confront. Now, but something started happening some time ago to challenge us in a very serious way. None of the peoples of the world simply laid down for this to happen. There has been ongoing resistance by all the peoples to this terror that Europe has imposed on us. And some of us remember better than others of us what has been imposed on us. But we see certain critical historical junctures where the struggles of the oppressed peoples take on a certain kind of life and definition that challenge the existence of the social system. We saw it happen certainly in the 1915, around that period of the first quarter of the 20th century. We saw it happening with the movements throughout Latin America, the Sandinistas and Sandino, Agustino Sandino in Nicaragua, and forces who were fighting throughout Latin America. We saw evidence of that in some places, even in Africa. And then certainly we saw this incredible movement created by Marcus Garvey that challenged, and it was an incredible movement. It was an incredibly international movement. African people all over the world moving, trying to reclaim our history and our place in the world. And it was a juncture, a crucial juncture where the oppressed and colonial peoples were moving, trying to seize back our history. And then I think we saw another crucial juncture that began in the late 40s. and saw India achieve formal and nominal independence. And that was something. I mean, India, 1947, 1949, China won independence. And you just saw this whole train now in motion of oppressed and colonial peoples transforming their relationships to imperialism and challenging things. And by 1960s, when the people of Vietnam, and you got to remember going into to that era, people were resistance everywhere. The Chinese Cultural Revolution was happening in 1966. Cuba had just won freedom. Che Guevara was roaming all over the world. He was in Congo, and folk were trying to do things in Congo. He was throughout Latin America. Revolutionary movements just happening all over the world. That was a critical juncture, and it really was the thing that impacted on imperialism in such a place that it has contributed to paralyzation, to a certain kind of paralysis that they have not yet overcome. And of course, we were a part of that movement in the 60s here as well, just as we were in other periods of struggle. And so what we're seeing now is unlike in the past, where imperialism was this dynamic force, where it was actually winning things. It was actually out capturing resources and capturing and annexing territories at will. Now, that's not how imperialism is. It is now in a defensive mode. It is now trying to hold on to what is stolen in the past. That's why we say this is the final offensive. Look at wherever it is anywhere in the world. Look at how imperialism manifests, whether it's in the Middle East with Salah Yasser Arafat, with the deal that they've tried to impose on the Palestinian people. All over the world, we have a situation where imperialism is desperately trying to hold on to what it's got. When they start talking about new weapons, it's trying to hold on to what it's got. It's not this dynamic force out there anymore. And guess what? We saw, and I've had so many arguments with Negroes who talk about the impracticality of revolutionary struggle. You can't win because they got all the guns and they got this and that. And now what we see, if we arm ourselves with box cutters, that we can hound Bush's so-called nuclear defense shield. And this box cutter, some people, they say with box cutters, who engage imperialism in a form of jujitsu. And, jujitsu is a martial arts that uses the weight of the opponent against them. And so that's what happened, because even though they're talking about nuclear shields and doing all this other silly stuff, some people with box cutters who don't have tanks, who don't have jet fighters of their own, who don't have missiles and Black Hawk helicopters and all those other things that imperialism has to protect it, that makes white people proud to be Americans and feel so secure. That makes it possible for even our best white liberal friends, when they hear about horrendous things that America is doing to the rest of the world, they'll tisk, and then catch the next something going to the mall. Now it's harder to do that, because out there in the world, it is clear now of forces who can make America feel the pain that America makes people feel around the world. And what this means is that there's a tremendous amount of insecurity now. And it means that maybe I'd better pay attention to what Congressman Bobo is talking about doing someplace now. Maybe I better keep an eye on what George W. is talking about happening now. That's not the immediate reaction. The immediate reaction is silly. It's a lynch mob. I've seen them before. And that's what this whole hysteria, waving the flag. And if this is what makes Negroes so stupid, running around wearing the flag, waving the flag. Any community I go into, and it's true, you go into a white community anywhere on earth, you see the American flag, that's a statement, isn't it? It's a hell of a statement. In fact, first time you move into what used to be an all-white community, you see American flags pop up in that community. It's a statement that they're making, and you out there with them with the flag. So, this is an incredible place. And so the immediate response is go kill everybody. And the assumption is if you kill everybody, maybe they won't be able to get us, etc. They won't be able to get us. But upon reflection, somebody's going to say, well, who's going? You know, who's going to make this trip to go kill everybody, right? I mean, somebody's got to go. First of all, if I get on the air, I'm scared to get on the airplane, so I can't go by air. You know, who's going becomes the next question that you're confronted with, right? And there are enough of these so-called baby boomers around in this country who remember all them body bags coming from Vietnam that educated the whole mass of all the political education classes we were holding throughout this country trying to educate white people, didn't do an ounce of what the Vietnamese did in Vietnam. Because Vietnam started educating white people and they decided they did not want to go to Vietnam. I do not want to go to Vietnam. I love peace, right? I want peace, right? Yes, and they said make love, not war. And the Vietnamese taught them that. You know the Vietnamese taught them that. They didn't say that about Korea. They said after Korea. But the Vietnamese taught them that. And so, you know, they did a tremendous amount of political education. And some of those folk, a lot of them are out there now who got that. And it's their children who've been told that you want to send you to Afghanistan. And I say it like that because here you've got, in America, the most politically backwards country in the whole world, where you got people who, at the drop of a hat, can tell you the batting average of some obscure baseball player from 1930s, right? But didn't know where Afghanistan was before September 11th, you understand? And in fact, now they've all become foreign policy experts after looking at TV over a period of time and watching this media-created enemy called Osama bin Laden. United States government, unless they did it, don't know who did it. They don't even know all the names of all the damn people who were on the airplanes, you understand? And all of a sudden they're discovering this stuff left in cars, right? Discovered a manual left in one car telling how to fly the airplane. Like, you're going to get to the airport and leave your damn manual, right? You're going to bring it all the way to the airport, right? And then you're going to leave it in the car. Well, the FBI is going to be looking for this after September 11th. Let's just leave it here for them. And then the stupid letters. And you're supposed to be dumb enough, and of course there are Americans who are dumb enough to believe it. You understand? You know what it is? It's like a lover. You ever had a lover who was unfaithful, and you just were so into them, and you know they were lying. But in fact, you say, go and tell me a good enough lie that will let me stay in this relationship with you, right? And so that's what they're doing. That's what the government is doing. They know they got these lovers out here, people who love America so much, that just tell them something that will allow them to stay in the relationship, right? But I'm telling you something, if you stay in a relationship with America, you will get intercoursed, so to speak. So to speak. And so, you know, this incredible thing. Now here, of course, is Osama bin Laden, they say. And I believe it might be a real person. I don't know. I mean, but if it is a real person, they created him. You know, they created him. And what you've got is a boomerang of U.S. foreign policy. U.S. foreign policy just come back and slap them right in the face. Bang! And now they want to go out and hurt somebody. As opposed to looking at the real problem. But increasingly, the North American people are going to have to look at that question. Because somebody's going to have to go. You understand? And of course, they're doing everything they can to rile this and keep this population scared to death. Look out now, there's going to be chemical and biological warfare. So now everybody's looking for the biological warfare. You know, turn off the air conditioners, honey. You know, it's just the wildest kind of thing that's going on in this country. And they're playing now to an extraordinarily gullible enemy and a willing enemy, willing sector of the population, because white people have been conveniently ignorant. It's not, you know, they go to the best schools in the world, but don't know shit. So excuse the language, you understand? I mean, they're supposed to be the best educated. You go and ask the ordinary African dropout, you know, in the worst section of your community about what the deal is, and they'll be able to tell you. But all these intelligent white people, right, who went to all these don't know anything, right? So American just feeds them all of this stuff all the time, feeds them, and right now they're caught up with it. But that won't last long. And the truth of the matter is, and I'm going to get out your way, that George Bush has declared war on the world. He has declared a war without an enemy. There is no, he has declared a war without borders. He has declared a war without duration. He has declared a war without terms. Even if you're making this kind of war, you don't even know how to surrender. I mean, if I felt I was guilty, well, hell, I surrender. You can't even surrender. There's no enemy, no border, no duration, no term, just war, right? Just war. And much of the American population has bought into that. And that's a very dangerous and insidious kind of place, but I believe it's fragile. I believe this unity they've got there, they appear to have, is a very fragile unity. It's certainly fragile in terms of what they think they've got out there in the world. Pakistan is in trouble because of what it is trying to do. It is trying, on the one hand, to agree with the Bush regime because the Bush regime has threatened it somewhat seriously. But if it goes too far, it's a government that's going down the drain. It's going down the tubes. Their own people will overturn them. There are masses of people around the world who hate U.S. government. And there are masses of people in Philadelphia who hate the U.S. government. And there are masses of people over there in Dallas, in Houston, and St. Petersburg, and Tampa, Florida, who hate the U.S. government. They showed this picture, which subsequently has proven to have been doctored, a false picture of the Palestinians who were supposed to have been celebrating when that thing hit there. But I walked into a gym on September 11th, just a few minutes after the thing hit, and I saw Africans high-fiving. And then in the barbershop within the next couple of days, I heard Africans saying, they should have got the White House. They should have got the White House. You understand? So there are people all around the world, you understand, who are happy that this thing happened. I am a revolutionary, which means that I don't support individual terrorism. I'm talking about as a revolutionary tactic now. I'm not talking some moral discussion. Because before September 11th, this is what we had. George Bush was recognized as a man who had stolen an election. Everybody knew he stole an election. Okay. He stole the election, and even a whole bunch of white folks was upset because he stole an election. He was the one who was being condemned because he wanted to take away Social Security for the old people, right? He was the one who was being condemned by most of Europe because he wanted to put up this so-called nuclear defense shield, which was about to begin other arms race, nuclear arms race in the world. He was the one that went against the Kyoto Treaty that would have dealt with emissions that would destroy the ozone and the planet Earth. I mean, people all around the world was upset about that. He was the one who was supporting the most vicious attacks against the Palestinian people. And so you had a whole world lined up in opposition to this guy. His administration was the one that had walked out of the United Nations conference against racism, right? And now, on September 11th, of course, everybody is now embracing George Bush. You understand? Well, he is on today who he was on the 10th, right? He's the same person he was, but what happened was you got this unity with his administration now that you didn't have before, and that's dangerous. Bush went into office with a war cabinet. Look at his cabinet. His Secretary of State is not a diplomat. That's a damn general. That's a statement of what kind of foreign policy they're going to have. You got a general as a Secretary of State, not a diplomat. I'm talking about old handkerchief head, boot-licking, vomit-eating, butt-kissing Colin Powell, right? His vice president is a former Secretary of Defense. Over the Justice Department is a right-wing religious Christian fanatic who would replace the Constitution with the Bible if he could. And then you've got this frothing at the mouth right-wing lunatic Condoleezza Rice, who is the National Security Advisor. And they got Rumsfeld. Well, Rumsfeld, of course, was of course, yes. So you had a cabinet that was in place for war, both internationally and domestically, when they went into power. It's almost like they needed this. The Bush regime needed the World Trade Conference to happen. Oh, yes. And so even though there are people who are celebrating this, and I do believe that this is a historical milestone that we've seen, I do believe that the Bush regime is going to find itself incapable of doing what it wants to do, but a belief ain't good enough. You understand? The problem is the weakness of a revolutionary process in this country, and the assumption by anybody who calls himself revolutionary and progressive that somebody else is going to solve the problem for you. And the truth of the matter is that somebody out there with box cutters ain't going to solve your problem. You know, it's going to require our own organization to do that. And the truth of the matter is that the weakness of terrorists is that the terrorists are separated from the masses of the people. Terrorists have to be on the ground naturally. You can't function, you know, you can't be out there, well, we're making bombs to do such and such a thing. You can't do that. Terrorists got to be on the ground. But the people are the real makers of history. And revolution is a process that involves masses of people who are taking their history in their hands. And that's why terrorism doesn't work. And it mobilizes all these reactionary forces against the revolutionary process. What does Bush intend to do? What is his war? His war without borders, without an enemy. His war is a war against terrorism. Do you know what terrorism is? I'm not talking about what it really is. Terrorism is what General Haig said it was when he went into office with the Reagan regime. Another attorney, what was it? The state's, what's it called? Secretary of State that was a general. Haig in the Reagan regime. I was in Nicaragua when Haig, declaring himself the vicar of foreign policy, said from henceforth, struggles that now characterize themselves as struggles for national liberation shall be characterized as terrorist. And that's what the Bush regime is going to do. It's going to try to seek out and missiles to assassinate leaders and be considered part of the free world. On the one hand, the resistance coming from the Palestinians and other people shall be characterized by terrorists, and they will try to seek us out and destroy us everywhere, including in this country. But I'm just saying that this is the final offensive, and that's what part of this meeting is about, for us to be organized and to seek organization so that we can take up our responsibilities. The truth is, it becomes increasingly clear that there's no way that you can stay out of this mess, that we're in this struggle, whether we want to be in this struggle or not. The Bush regime has declared official war against any kind of progress in the world, and that means against you, because you can't live in a world without progress. I want to thank y'all so much.
Uhuru, and welcome back to the official broadcast for the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign, bringing you the Uhuru 3 trial live on the ground here in Tampa. My name is Mwezi Odom, and I am really excited to have everybody still with us during this dynamic process of watching the Uhuru 3 and the people take on the U.S. government. So, comrades, you just finished watching a very classic presentation of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, speaking on the historical basis for the African reparations movement. And in this presentation, you saw Chairman Omali Yeshitela speaking on the question of reparations to African people, and in the process of working to make reparations a household word, which, as we know now, truly and indeed is. So you tell me if this was a plot of the Russian government. I think not. And the message has still been the same: reparations now. So Uhuru, and I want to welcome everybody back and remind you, well, and let you know that we're about an hour now into the court proceedings on day 4 of the Uhuru 3 trial. So if you are on the ground here in Tampa, there's still time to get to the courthouse. When you get there, make sure you have the things that you need so that you can get in and get your seat in the main courthouse and pack the courtroom, as we have been saying. We also have an exciting thing coming up that, towards the end of our program, a live cultural presentation. Very excited to bring to you our live cultural workers. So we'll talk more about that coming up soon. But in our next segment, we're going to look at the party's primary mass organization. And this is the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And we're going to continue to sum up the significance of the work of the party's mass organization, also known as IMPEDUM, which was founded in 1991. To fight for the democratic rights of African people and to raise up important demands such as Black community control of the police, Black community control of schools, Black community control of housing. We opened up on Tuesday of part 1 of the Black People's Grand Jury. followed by a powerful testimony during part 2, which we showed on yesterday. And today we wrap up the impedum segment with the verdict of the Black People's Grand Jury, the African community's response to the murder of young African Mike Brown in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014. So the verdict is in for the Black People's Grand Jury, and we invite you to take a look at this clip now. Uhuru.
Good morning. It's good to see everybody here this Monday morning, and we're here today as impedum, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, to announce the decision of the Black People's Grand Jury. I would like to introduce our chairman, Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party, to deliver the decision.
Thank you very much. I want to express appreciation to those of you of the media who did come out. And I want to acknowledge here with me Zaki Baruti, who is the leader of the Universal African Peoples Organization, and an organization that really functioned very much as a partner with the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement that presided over this Black People's Grand Jury. We had nearly two days of testimony here and evidence presented for the Black People's Grand Jury. We had a grand jury comprised of 12 people local to St. Louis County. We had 4 prosecutors, one of whom practices law in the United Kingdom and in Bahamas, another licensed to practice law in Washington, D.C., that area. And in addition to those persons who, Alex Morley and Aaron O'Neill, respectively, Zaki Baruti and I, Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, also functioned as prosecutors. We were not able to secure the actual presence of Darren Wilson, who was served the subpoena, asked to be here, especially since he seemed to be so eager to testify before a grand jury. We were not able to get the presence either of Robert McCullough, who presided over the St. Louis County grand jury process, something that we thought to be extremely important because we saw the Black People's Grand Jury not only as something that would look at the evidence relating to the actions of Darren Wilson on August 9th, 2014. But the Black People's Grand Jury we saw actually as a criticism of the grand jury that had occurred under the auspices of St. Louis County and Robert McCullough. So we felt like it was going to be extremely important for him to be here. In the absence of both Robert McCullough and Darren Wilson, we were able to show to the grand jury and to the audience that was here and live streamed throughout the world in a very transparent process, video testimony. We were able to present audio evidence from Robert McCullough talking about how he did knowingly allow persons that he knew to be lying testify on behalf of Darren Wilson, someone who he knew had actually participated as a fundraiser for Darren Wilson, and serious violation of ethical violations of his profession. So it was important we thought, to have the grand jury listen to that testimony, which suggested that the entire process was tainted from its inception. We also thought it was important for Robert McCullough to be present so that he could explain to the grand jury why there was a grand jury in the first place when he had it within his own capacity legally to use a preliminary hearing that would have allowed serious cross-examination of Darren Wilson and all witnesses and an examination of all evidence that was presented and to do so in a transparent and open fashion. We thought that it was extraordinarily suggestive that Robert McCullough would instead use this private process and behind closed doors, and then would inundate the people who were supposed to be a part of a grand jury with more than 5,000 pages of testimony in a process which by law is only for the purpose of presenting the evidence necessary by law for an indictment. Of course, that's to show probable cause for an indictment. Robert McCullough chose not to do that. We had also with us the transcripts from the process that occurred under the leadership of Robert McCullough that showed clearly that the prosecutor's function in that grand jury, more than anything else, was to provide an explanation that would exonerate Darren Wilson for the execution on August 9th of 18-year-old Mike Brown. We also presented video testimony from Doran Johnson, who was someone with Mike Brown when he was killed by Darren Wilson on August 9th. We were not able to assess Doran Johnson in person. And after looking at the transcripts of how he was treated at the grand jury under the leadership of Robert McCullough, it is clear to us why it would be difficult and why he would be hesitant to step before a grand jury when it is extraordinary that the transcripts show that Doran Johnson, who was a witness to a murder, was treated as a criminal, and the person who actually executed Mike Brown was treated with kid gloves before that grand jury. We had testimony also, video testimony, from Cyril West, who is a forensic pathologist, who offered an explanation that challenged everything that Darren Wilson, Bob McCullough, and many people, especially in national media, suggested was a reasonable explanation for why Mike Brown, 6'4", was shot in the top of his head. The notion, of course, that after having been wounded by Darren Wilson and concerned enough to run away, would turn around unarmed and then would chase or would attempt to tackle an armed Darren Wilson that had already demonstrated his willingness to shoot him. And so we presented that testimony. We presented video testimony from other forces, a woman who sat in her car and watched him executed and who participated before the grand jury of Bob McCullough, a man who watched from his window and saw the execution, all of them corroborating the testimony by Doran Johnson about how Mike Brown was killed. This is some of the evidence that we presented before the grand jury. But in addition to that, we felt it was absolutely necessary to show that there is a pattern of behavior by police in this county toward African people, to show that there is
and historical relationship that does exist in this county toward African people. We had testimony from the parents of Vonderette Myers, who talked about how their child was killed. We had testimony from the parents of Carrie Ball, another victim of police murder in this county, who talked about what happened with them. We had a man to come forward and testify about how in the middle of a domestic dispute, the police would arrive, and rather than treat him civilly and even question him, would have dogs put on him, injure him while they watched the dogs do that. This man happened to have been a Vietnam veteran who had served this country and who thought that he understood how to work with the police in a very respectable way. This is some of the testimony that we had. It was a very serious and historic process, I must say. And it was very clear that the grand jurors took their responsibility seriously as well. We could tell that by some of the questions that were asked by the grand jury before they went to begin their deliberations. And that included the question of whether or not there could be other charges. Interestingly, on at least one occasion, whether a lesser charge would be something that would be permissible. We called on the grand jury to understand that the charges that were put forward, the possible charges, were first and second degree murder. And that the reason for this is that they had a responsibility, and we had a responsibility in this instance to apply law to the facts of the case. And we were convinced that the facts of the case clearly demonstrated that Darren Wilson had an opportunity to choose differently, but instead chose to execute 18-year-old Mike Brown, and did so. This was the charge that we gave to the grand jury. There was, the grand jury then retired to deliberate, and to do so out of the presence of the prosecutors. So it was their own deliberation that took place. And they came back within an hour to bring forth their verdict. And it was the verdict of this grand jury, this historic Black People's grand jury, that was here to make a statement to the world that we are not helpless in the face of decisions made by people that would victimize us, that would make mothers responsible for burying their children as teenagers. We were not helpless. And so this grand jury, taking its charge very seriously, came back with the determination that Darren Wilson must be indicted for first-degree murder. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Sir, could you spell your name for us, please?
My first name is spelled O-M-A-L-I, Omali. My last name is Y-E-S-H-I-T-E-L-A, Yeshitela.
Thank you.
I think one of the grand jurors is with us as well. In the event there is any need to discuss the deliberation, something I have not done. And I don't know if Zaki Baruti wanted to make any statements.
Well, the only statement that I can make is, first of all, salute Brother Omali Yeshitela as the lead prosecutor with the importance of this Black People's Grand Jury being very historic, being a statement that we as a people must become self-determinant, and we cannot allow those outside of our community to determine what we deem as necessary steps for justice. So it's in that spirit that our organization proudly stood with this process. As he mentioned, it was very transparent. It was very transparent in terms of the grand jury. Members were able to ask a number of questions of the people who gave testimony, as well as we opened it up for the public. So it set a precedent. It set a precedent in terms of if there is to be justice here in this country, then there needs to be a total different approach to incidents, especially racial incidents, in which the accused many times are white police officers who so many times in this country are set free and through legal loopholes. It sets a precedent that if there are to be grand juries outside of our community, minimally, grand juries are to be of equal numbers of black and whites participating, if there are to be a need for a grand jury. But as my brother pointed out, Bob McCullough didn't even need that process. He just set the stage to project the mockery of what happened several months, with his decision that Darren Wilson was not to be indicted.
Well, so you were the lead prosecutor on this?
I was.
Okay. Can I ask you, what's the message that you want sent? Obviously, this decision holds no legal bearing here, but what's the message that you come out of this? Why is this significant in your mind?
Well, the first thing I want to say is this. Slavery was legal. The question for us is not whether an oppressor's law is legal or not. The question of whether it is oppressive. The message, more than anything, was to black people, African people in this country, who are victimized by police terror and murder throughout this country. If it were simply a case of one individual having been killed on August 9th, the community in Ferguson would not have rebelled the way it did. It could have been passed off as an accident. It could have been passed off as a possible just shooting, but that wasn't the case. And we also saw that immediately after that, Von Derek Myers over on Shaw was gunned down, shot 8 times, 7 of which were in the back. We saw in July before that the public execution of Eric Garner, choked to death. And I'm not even sure the choking was the worst part of the crime. Anybody who saw what happened, the inhumane way that he was treated, with his head by police being pushed through the pavement. There's something that's happening in this country and has been happening for a long time. For the duration of our presence in this country as black people, we've been struggling to try and end the oppression of our people, starting with trying to rid ourselves of a process of having been kidnapped and forced labor that built the economy of this country. It's this forced labor, this economy, upon which the legal foundation of America rests. So when we say it has no legal bearings, actually Nat Turner, who led a rebellion to kill slave masters and overturn slavery, was brought to court, was tried, convicted, called guilty. He made the statement then, I don't feel guilty. I don't think he was guilty either. He was guilty of a crime because slavery was legal. So to say that this has no legal bearing, I think is to misunderstand what this is about.
Yeah, let me rephrase it. What's significant about it then?
What's significant about it, as Brother Zaki Baruti just mentioned, it is a step in the direction of self-determination. It is something that's being done in the face of demonstrations, protests happening around this country around police violence. Much and many times, this is protest that doesn't seem to have direction. Many times it doesn't seem to be aimed toward any end. What this process we've engaged in says is there must be an end, and that end is self-determination. That black people must take control of our lives. We cannot trust our children, the future of our community, in the hands of this establishment that has proved to us over and over again its disregard for black life. So it is a step towards self-determination. To have two courts have occurred, two hearings, two grand juries. We heard more or less the same evidence. We applied here, however, the law. Grand juries are not trials. Bob McCullough's inundation of the people with 5,000 pages of testimony violated every principle of what a grand jury is about that's ever applied any place in this country. Grand juries are for the purpose simply of getting the evidence and information that would inform a determination of whether an indictment should happen, and that is simply probable cause that a crime has been committed. Bob McCullough himself, and I heard him say it, and that testimony was provided for the grand jury, that the testimony of Doran Johnson alone was enough for an indictment. He chose not to do that. Instead, he chose to bring witness number 40, who he said he knew was lying, who testified over 2 days in defense of Darren Wilson, I guess taking a break from her fundraising efforts that rewarded Darren Wilson for the execution of Mike Brown. This was a black people's grand jury. That was an extraordinarily serious event. We heard nothing from anybody in the world who wanted to see what happened and whether it was a just proceeding had an opportunity to do that. They could walk through these doors and have a seat in the auditorium. They could watch it online from any place in the world, which is not something that Bob McCullough and St. Louis County can say about what they did with the case of Darren Wilson and Mike Brown.
That's right.
What is your reaction to the lawsuit that was filed against Bob McCullough by one of the grand jurors?
Well, what can you say more about the lawsuit that was filed?
Not familiar with that.
No.
You're not familiar? No. He was saying, the story came out today that the grand juror is saying that he mischaracterized the case. Yeah.
Well, that's what we said. He mischaracterized the case. I think we're happy that the grand jury appears to be catching up, right? And I don't know what is meant by he mischaracterized the case when or anything like that. But I think what really I want to say, and what the point that we're trying to make, we hope that everybody comes to the correct conclusions about what happened here. Again, this is a very transparent process that we're involved in. And we do believe that the announcement that this grand jury was going to occur set the stage for people to discover witness number 40. Set the stage for a grand juror in retrospect to determine that he did the wrong thing. And if nothing else, it seems to me, that alone says something about the significance of this process here. Given an opportunity to do what they want to do without any kind of confrontation by the people with truth, then the lie will prevail forever. The reason we're having this discussion now is because black people step forward and say we will take our future in our own hands. We will listen to this testimony. We will bring witnesses forward. And then we will come to a conclusion that is just and transparent. That's why we can hear about witness 40, and we can hear other things about grand jurors having discovered that Mr. McCullough misstated the case.
And if I may also add, out of this grand jury, it's ironic that you would see in terms of so-called witnesses for Darren Wilson being only juror 40, whereas all the other witnesses were from the community, yet he is found not guilty or no probable cause for an indictment, that speaks to the mockery of the grand jury in the first place. And also that speaks to the deep racial divide, not only here in St. Louis, but throughout the country. When you have a jury that was composed of 12, 9 being white and 3 being black, and we don't know how they voted along those lines inside of the jury anyway. So again, that speaks to the deeper issues that is not only evident with the murder of Mike Brown, but as he just mentioned, Eric Gardner, Tamar Rice, and so on, that has occurred day after day, year after year in our communities, when you find police officers who act as if they are members of the KKK, which of course was sanctioned lynchings, but we say today it's legal lynching that occurs with the killing of black people, and that must stop. And this is the great process by which we feel will be a way to move forward into the future.
I would like to make just one other statement, because I can't say how anybody else understands this process of the grand jury. I think we're so accustomed in this country to rigged processes that there may be an assumption that something was rigged about this. But I can tell you that the prosecutors waited with bated breath to coin a phrase to see what the determination of this grand jury would be. And as I understand it, of the 12, that there were 11 for the first degree murder conviction, rather indictment, and one that had another position on that. So it wasn't some slam dunk thing, and it wasn't some blind group of people, but it was a group of people who took their responsibilities very seriously and who had before them every inch of the way the law as it is written, as it is characterized for this county and this country. So this was the prevailing thing that occurred throughout this process. And I wanted to make that statement, and I think one of the grand jurors is here. I don't know if you want to say anything about your deliberations or anything like that. Yeah. Were you the lead? I was the foreman. Foreman, yeah. Go ahead. Say your name. So.
My name is Robert Dillard. That was the foreman in juror number 1. And it was a difficult process, because for all of us, none of us wanted to be part of the problem. None of us wanted to be, part of a system that we were protesting. We didn't want to go in extremely biased. We didn't want to go in making a decision just because we were black, and nor was that the message that we wanted to send to the world. So we reviewed hours of testimony. We watched videos after videos and listened to witnesses, and it was difficult. And there were many heated moments in the room. So this wasn't a situation where we all came out to immediately seek a conviction for or seek a indictment for Darren Wilson. But everyone, one thing I can say, everyone that was in the room, we looked very carefully at all of the evidence that was presented to us. And as been said before, there was a lot of focus on making sure that we were paying attention to the facts and that we weren't letting our emotional biases, come into play. So yeah, it was a difficult process.
Question. The St. Louis County Grand Jury heard testimony and deliberated over the course of 3 months or so. Mm-hmm. How were you able to pack that into 2 days, including your deliberations and everything? Do you feel like you made your way through everything?
I'd like to speak to that if I may, because it's a legal question. There's an assumption that McCullough and much of the national media promotes that the responsibility of the grand jury was to hear all of this testimony. It was like to inundate the people with testimony. That's not the case. McCullough himself stated that all he needed was to show probable cause, and Doran Johnson's testimony alone was enough to show probable cause. And that's what grand jurors do. So we didn't have 5,000 pages of testimony. There was no witness number 40 who spent 2 hours there. None of that occurred. We presented presented the evidence necessary for a reasonable, prudent group to make a determination. And I think the law does speak to a prudent person being able to make a determination that there was probable cause that a crime had been committed. So there was not 5,000 pages of inundation. That was not the case. We didn't try to overwhelm a group of people with inertia. Minutia, right. Well, inertia. That wasn't the objective at all. So that's why McCullough could have done it in the same fashion. He could have acted legally, principally, and ethically, and he didn't. He refused to do that because he knew what the outcome was that he wanted. And it didn't, and everybody knows that a grand jury is a prosecutor's tool. Of 160,000 federal grand jurors, and we know that there's a difference in a federal grand jury and state grand jury. Of 160,000 in 2010, only 7 instances were there no indictments. Only 7. So it is a grand juror's tool. You know about the proverbial ham sandwich. Well, this was no ham sandwich that we had before us. This was an actual process that was transparent again and legal.
So basically you're saying the bottom line is you think McCullough stacked that case?
I'm not saying I think he stacked the case. I'm saying I know he stacked the case. And I'm saying also that if you look at the testimony, first of all, I think it's incumbent upon all of us media people to find out what a grand jury is about. Because most people don't know what a grand jury is about, and they accept what McCullough is talking about as gospel. He is being democratic. That's what he's saying. This is a democratic process, letting people hear everything. When in the hell has a prosecutor ever done that in a grand jury? That's not his responsibility to let them hear everything. He should have been there to present evidence that a prudent person would be able to make a determination that a crime had been committed. And he didn't do that. Bob, I think that did.
Yes. I have a copy of the Riverfront Time, which is one of the popular magazines here that comes out. This was the December the 25th to 31st, 2014 edition. They have a picture of witness number 40 here, Samuel Elroy. The first interview that McCullough gave after the Michael Brown verdict, it stated the interview that he would not seek perjury charges against witness 40 or any other witnesses who offered discredited testimony. What do you think of that?
I think that first of all, it was a discredited process.
Yes.
That, to assume that somehow that the witness, that McElroy, would have done something differently in the process that McCullough stacked. And I want to just say that what's really important for everybody who's seen this and heard about this, it wasn't that he did not know she was a liar. It wasn't that. He said it. He said he knew she was lying. He knew it. And he put that evidence before that grand jury. He knew it. He stated that himself. And I think that's enough for serious charges against McCullough, that he should be removed. He should be disbarred because that's a serious ethical breach in terms of his responsibility as a lawyer. He knew that. And that did not happen with us on the 3rd and 4th. In the short period of duration that we engaged in, there was no witness number 40. There was no participation with anybody. And when those 12 people went to deliberate, I was on pins and needles wondering what kind of determination they would come back with. And one of the reasons I was because of the questions that were being asked of prosecutors by the grand jurors themselves. It was an open process, and I'm proud of it. And it was a historic process, and I'm proud of the grand jurors, and I'm proud of this community, and I think that it's been an incredible historic moment that we will see replicated throughout this country by black people who want to be free and do not want to live in communities where we have to expect that our children will die early deaths because of police actions.
Robert, can I ask you, Robert, what? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think
Okay, can you address the black people who say they don't see the point of this black people's grand jury?
Yeah, I suspect if you ask them about the point of the white people's grand jury, if they're honest, they would come to a similar conclusion. But I don't expect that everybody will understand, nor that everybody will unite. What was important for us was the stance of those 12 people who went and deliberated around this case. And these were school teachers, social workers, contractors, painters, writers, just a variety of community activists, one variety of folk who only had the interests of this community at heart. And who never, generally speaking, we never have an opportunity to vote on our own fate. In this instance, those people did that. And the persons who don't see the significance of it or the need for it, I cannot say too much about that. I don't have an answer for that.
You know, on a historical perspective, during the height of the civil rights movement, with Dr. King leading many different marches, there were a number of folks out of our community that did not agree with him. So there's never complete unity in terms of different kinds of movement. We recognize the historic moment. We are the pioneers, because they always pioneer movements to bring about a substantive change, and this is what this is all about.
I guess if I responded to them, I would say, you're going to be free whether you want it or not. I'm sorry, sir.
Listen, let me ask Robert, what did you take away from the evidence that you heard?
What did I take away from it?
Yeah, what did this tell you?
Well, it showed me, I had, like, as been said before, I didn't go into this wanting to be the juror for the actual trial. That wasn't my place. My place was to decide if there was, again, probable cause. So what I took away from this is that there was probable cause, and that while I don't know all of the facts, and what we do know is that there was sufficient testimony to support that there should at least be a trial, where at that point, all of the facts should come out. And I think it's kind of interesting, because I think one thing that's commonly forgotten is that the indictment is not to say whether or not this gentleman was guilty. And it's only fair to Darren Wilson as well to have his fair day in court. So what was most important to me was that everyone had a fair day in court. Not only the victims in this particular case, but Darren Wilson as well. And that's what I personally was invested in, saying that everyone had a fair day in court.
So it was 11-1 to indict for first degree?
Yes.
What was the one?
It wasn't, I won't say exact, because that jury isn't here, and I don't want to talk too much about that, but what I can say is this. I will say that the one really wanted there to be some sort of representation for I don't want to put words in his mouth, so I really don't want to go too deep into that, but I can say that it was a very contentious debate in the room, and like my brother said before, this was not a slam dunk, and I'm just happy that we all came to a conclusion, the 11 of us, that there was probable cause for an indictment.
Did he go for or against the indictment?
He was for an indictment, yes.
But a lesser charge?
Yes.
So I have a question for you. You've been out kind of on the front lines with a lot of the protests and the movement. Seems like kind of the violence and some of the protests have died down in the last week and a half or so. What impact, if any, do you see this decision having on them and the peace within the community?
This is an ongoing effort to bring justice. You may not have seen, the consistency of the demonstrations, but again, they have been there, and there's been a number of demonstrations over the holidays. This is not going away. The wound is real deep. As mentioned earlier, there have been a number of other shootings subsequently after the killing of Mike Brown. So this community is far from being united per how people try to project it. We are determined to deal with the underlying issues that impact our community, and that is police terrorism. That is the disproportionate number of white officers in our community. It is in terms of how those same white officers view our communities. Those are the deeper issues, along with the judicial system that allows the many instances of brutality. And also at our grand jury, we gave a historical background all the way back to Marilyn Banks, a young of terrorism in our community, and many instances of our people being victimized by the police. So this is far from ended. In fact, if it's not out of character right at this moment, there's going to be a major march on Clayton that Leadership for Justice Coalition will be hosting on January the 31st. So no, this has not ended, and it will continue in terms of the fight for justice.
I want to say just a couple of other things, and I want to express appreciation to all of you for being here and for your patience. But as it has been said, we see the Black People's Grand Jury as offering some kind of direction for a spontaneous movement that has seen a rapid radicalization of African people throughout this country. In fact, it is the most political motion by ordinary Black people that we've seen for the last 2 generations, subsequent to the assassinations of King and Malcolm X, the destruction of the Black Panther Party, and many other organizations that existed in this country. And we've seen this rapid radicalization, but not necessarily a kind of political clarity and direction. We think that the Black People's Grand Jury offers some direction. It says that we have to have self-determination. We have to be in charge of our own affairs. Beyond that, subsequent to the decision made by the heroic jurors, we had further discussion with the audience after the proceeding was over. And we talked about the absolute need for this movement to move toward Black community control of the police. That if there are going to be police in our community, if there are going to be people in our community sanctioned by law to be able to kill, then they should be under the leadership, they should be under the control of the community itself. We say they should live in the community, that they should have the same stakes in the community as everyone else. They should not be an invading force that comes to this community only looking for trouble that they call crime. That they should assume concern for all the contradictions, not just what they call crime, but for the joblessness, for the unemployment, for the poor health, that they should be actual servants of the people, that they should have these things removed, this war gear that they wear, the black outfits and ski masks that are used to intimidate a population, to treat our community as a colonial, colonized, subject people that have to be victimized by these colonial outsiders who function as terrorists. That the people must control the police. That is a democratic response. There's some suggestion that there is a quandary about how we can solve this problem. Should we have cameras? Should there be dialogue around race around the country? Should there be what they call police review boards, giving us an opportunity to review what the police has already done? We say no, that there should be Black community control of the police. That has to be the message. We train them, we hire them, we fire them. We determine their mission, the policies in our communities. And that is a democratic response. The people have the right to control the guns in their community. So that I've heard, I've never seen it, but I've heard that in white communities, police are helpful in taking cats out of trees and helping the little ladies across the street. We'd like to see something like that in our community as well. And we believe that black community control of the police will allow for there to be a police organization that the people feel secure with, that we see is there to provide for the people instead of acting as some kind of terrorist entity that comes in to occupy our community at will and then go someplace else to live without any kind of consequences or responsibility to the community. I want to, we can, just one, and then we'll close it down. Yes.
Okay, under the American legal system, do you feel that Darren Wilson had legal process under the colored grand jury, also up under the black people grand jury?
Do I, which, I'm sorry?
His due process.
Under the American legal system, do we feel
that he received under Obama colored grand jury and also up under the black?
I think, as the young brother grand juror said, in many ways, you could say that Darren Wilson was done a disservice by Bob McCullough, because everybody I know thinks he did it. And the way to have found out for sure whether he did it was to have gone to trial. An indictment would have taken him to trial. All the evidence could have been weighed in a very public, transparent process, and he could have defended himself in a good way. But this tainted thing that McCullough did, then there's no matter the fact that he was rewarded by the white population with, I understand, perhaps up to $1 million, so this golden parachute retirement, they call it resignation, but it's clearly a retirement. Despite the fact that he's been rewarded for that, he's going to live for as long as he does, just like Zimmerman, George Zimmerman. Everybody knows he murdered Trayvon. He's going to have to live with that. And with the fact that the whole world knows that he's a murderer. And but he could have had an opportunity. He could have walked into this door. He could have sat down before this black people's grand jury. And he could have said, this is what happened. And people would have had an opportunity to actually ask him questions. He was not even questioned in a serious way in the white people's grand jury. I want to thank everybody so much for coming out and turn it back over to Sister Cornelia from St. Louis International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, again, thank you so much for the press coming out and members of the community coming out and for this historical presentation of the decision of the Black People's Grand Jury. I would like to extend to anyone interested in joining us in this struggle to be able to contact the International People Democratic Uhuru Movement local branch membership at uhuruferguson@gmail.com, or you can give us a call at 314-643-6519. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Uhuru, welcome back to the official broadcast of the Uhuru 3 trial on the ground in Tampa, Florida. My name is Mwezi Odom, and I'm so grateful to have everybody still with us during this fight back. I just really want to salute that previous presentation that you just got to see, the Black People's Grand Jury on the ground in St. Louis following the murder of young African Mike Brown, and the community, you know, having a democratic response, a self-determination, a great example of self-determination and power in the hands of the Black community, charging Darren Wilson with the murder of young African Mike Brown. So, comrades, we are continuing on with our broadcast for today, and we're going to take a look at the long history of the FBI versus the Black Liberation Movement. Part of this, what we're going to do on today is we're going to look at a conference that took place actually earlier this year Because as the government continues to put forth this case against the Uhuru Three, we were able to witness in plain sight the view and the continuation of the FBI's role in the ongoing attacks on the Black liberation movement in this country. So in order to provide some historical context on this attack, we will now bring you two powerful, insightful presentations by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, an activist, author, and COINTELPRO expert, Ward Churchill. Both presentations were given earlier this year in January at the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations annual conference. And this is a really powerful opportunity to look deeper into the role that the FBI and the COINTELPRO apparatus has played in the war on Black America. So I want to bring to you now these great presentations. Enjoy. Uhuru.
And I want to just acknowledge everyone who's participating in this webinar conference. I want to salute all the members of the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. I truly believe that this coalition is one of the most important things that's occurred for our revolutionary movement since the 1960s, when the United States government did succeed in militarily, violently suppressing the Black Revolution. Not only inside this country, but globally. It's the time we saw the overthrow, murder of Lumumba and Congo, in Nkrumah, in Ghana, an assortment of people, Sobukwe, South Africa, the wounding and capture of Che Guevara in Bolivia, and then his assassination subsequent to that. And then, of course, we could point to this happening around the globe, and certainly, we would have to point to the murder and mayhem that was waged against the African people in this country. And I might also say against, in particular, specifically for the purpose of this discussion, the Puerto Rican independence revolutionary movement, which is extremely important. And some of them came under assault by the FBI for the work that they were doing in solidarity with Cuba around the same time frame that the FBI attacked the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement. I want to say that I think that it should be recognized that the name of this coalition, Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, says a hell of a lot. And of course, one of the things that the Black is Back is recognizing is the completion of a Black revolution of the 1960s that led to, that was a consequence, the defeat of which was a consequence of the kind of FBI and state attacks that we've been describing during this webinar conference. We're talking about people who, as we've heard, still are imprisoned because they had the ability, they had the determination to see us live as a dignified and free people, and they stood up against oppression and exploitation, and they did it at serious risk of life and liberty. And you know that it was at serious risk because many of them, as I said, are still in prison and some are dead. So this coalition set out to complete this process, complete this revolutionary struggle that had resulted in so many of us being dead, so many in prison. We don't even know how many people went to prison during this period of massive imprisonment of African people who just wanted to be free. And so I think it's important to say that. That's why it is Black is Back. Black is Back. That was the name of the coalition. That was the name of the effort that we made to bring as many African organizations as we could into a united process to pursue the freedom of our people, to overcome some of the ideological assaults that had been made against our movement, where people who stood previously in the struggle against colonialism, like the Black Panther Party that's been mentioned before, like Malcolm X and others who fought consciously, purposefully, with programs to defeat colonialism that not only were they killed physically, but the ideas surrounding our movement were also destroyed. And so the movement that we talked about fighting for colonialism, which means you fight for your own power. the nation of old nation of Islam used to talk about do for self. It was called the nation, and precisely because there was an assumption that black people ourselves constituted a legitimate entity that should be working for our self-interest. But that was that came under assault. We haven't come to some kind of united conclusion about what that means and how it should be fought for, how black power should be fought for, but there was a general understanding that that's what we were fighting for. Until the assassinations, the murders, the imprisonment. And that's where you saw this success. Here you have a situation that African people, our movement has succeeded in defeating the United States colonial power ideologically and politically, leaving it with the only alternative, which was military. It made military assaults against our movement, people, assassination, murder, mass arrest, and what have you, utilizing the colonial state for that purpose. And the FBI, of course, being one of the primary instruments that was used for that purpose. So now, as a consequence of that, the discussion about colonialism and fighting for our own power, the discussion about do for self, the discussion about political independence has now pushed off of the agenda. The discussion now is fighting against racism, and which is a horrible kind of political line for any number of reasons. Not the least of which is that it places white people, the colonizer, in this real central place. So that you're no longer struggling for your own freedom. You're struggling to make white people like you. You're struggling against the ideas in white people's head, as though you can be free depending on what they think, as opposed to what you need to be struggling for, which is power. So that if we have the power, that's what the Black movement was about. That's what do for self was about. That's what the nation concept was all about, fighting for power. Because if you have power, it doesn't matter what is in the heads of anybody who doesn't like you. But they got you making white people like you, learning to walk like white people, learning to talk like white people, learning how to be like the colonizer, and even integrating into the colonizer system, as opposed to finding your own system that negates the influence and power of the colonizer. Black is Back says that we have moved beyond that point of simply running around talking about fighting against racism. We have moved beyond. The reason there is a component of this coalition, a working group, that is called the Black Community Control of Police Working Group, is because of a conscious intent to move beyond this whining Black Lives Matter that doesn't tell you anything, doesn't give you any leadership, doesn't give you any direction, doesn't raise any critical question, except that you're concerned because white people don't like you or don't think Black Lives Matter, and you're saying Black Lives does matter. What the hell does that mean? We've seen Joe Biden say that. Joe Biden, who is the author of the 1984 Omnibus Crime Bill that's responsible for locking up and killing so many people, including possibly George Floyd and Mike Brown here in St. Louis, where I'm standing. But he can say, Black Lives Matter. He can kill you and say, Black Lives Matter. Doesn't tell you anything but Black community control, our people, the control of the police by our community, by our people. That's a powerful statement and tells you something that you should be working for. That's part of what this coalition has brought back into existence. We say Black is back. Black is back. That's the direction we're moving in. So this coalition has been extraordinarily important. And part of what it has done, as I mentioned, is fight to bring the anti-colonial movement back into existence, to fight against the ideological assaults that fractured our communities, fractured our leadership, so that we didn't know what the hell we were fighting for, so that we even ended up voting, thinking that we were doing something when we voted for Black people who, in our communities, who didn't serve us at all. And every year they show they didn't serve us, and we end up still voting for them because they're Black. We have some kind of false pride for the existence of a Barack Hussein Obama or a Kamala Harris, who not only does nothing for us, but not even advocates for us, even if they're too cowardly, even if they're too little-livered or spineless to do something for us. At least say, boss, let's stop messing over Black people. They couldn't even do that and don't do it even today. They can't even acknowledge that African people are oppressed. In fact, Obama in his infamous Father's Day speech in Chicago declared that the problem that Black people had, that our children had, that our young people and young boys had was something wrong with Black fathers. Black dad is in prison. Who put him there? Joe Biden put him there, etc. So this is a really important and powerful coalition. I just want to say that. I want to say that everybody should join this coalition. If you're not already, every organization should join this coalition. And the other thing I think is really important in terms of the significance of this coalition, because when the coalition was conceived of, when it was organized, the Black Liberation Movement was incoherent. There was no notion of a Black Liberation Movement that was united, having some kind of common purpose. It didn't exist. In fact, as I mentioned, one of the issues that we had to deal with was the question of ideological direction. To what end? You know, so I come to St. Louis and Mike Brown is murdered. And people are in demonstrations, massive demonstrations sometimes, but to what? Where are we going with it? This becomes a critical question for us and for the entire African liberation movement. So the Black is Black Coalition helped to pull that together. We had a lot of different forces, good forces, people who were working in the community, and we were able to pull all of that together in a coherent direction. This is what we have. Self-determination has to be brought back to the agenda. We say people like to talk about freedom, but the highest expression of freedom is self-determination, not voting for Joe Biden or Barack Hussein Obama. Self-determination. The fact is, people like to talk to us about how slavery was bad. Yeah, it was. People like to talk to us about how Jim Crow was bad. Yeah, it was. But so is integration bad. So, because the point is, what slavery did was steal from us our capacity to be a self-determining people. Jim Crow was something that impacted our ability to be a self-determining people. And integration does not give us self-determination. Only the defeat of colonialism give us the ability to self-determination. And that's what Black Power Blueprint and many of the projects of the African People's Socialist Party, they've been about. They've been negating the power and influence of the colonizer in our lives. And that's the significance of the Black is Black Coalition that make us problematic. So now we have a movement that is more coherent than ever. I was really impressed by the presentation that Comrade John made just before me, because I know the struggle that it took for us to lead. When I say us, I'm talking about even the work that the African People's Socialist Party, just to even put the question of colonialism on the agenda. People are talking about colonialism all around the world. It's because the leadership of this coalition has projected that, not just in this country either, not just in this country, but specifically and particularly in this country as well. We have pushed it back to the surface. We have raised the issue of a colonial mode of production so that we are not seen as some kind of auxiliary to somebody else's history. That the fact is we've been pushed out of history by colonialism and a whole mode of production, a way of life that envelops the entire planet Earth is organized within this colonial mode of production, a parasitic mode of production that didn't just fall out of the sky. It came into existence with the attack on Africa initially, that consolidated the entire world eventually into this mode of production that provided wealth, resources, happiness, joy, good wishes, good sleep for the colonizer at the expense of those of us who were colonized. When people like to talk about this question, it's really important for us to say, you're talking about colonialism. People who benefit from colonialism often like to debate this question of whether or not you want to be a fascist, or you want to live under fascism, or you want to live under democracy, and they say that bad things are happening. Look at Trump, look at this and that. That's fascism. Ooh, woo, woo. Be afraid of fascism. What we say is that the significance, it doesn't matter if it's a fascist colonialism or democratic colonialism. France was involved in the Second Imperialist World War, in the so-called war against fascism. But at the same time, France called itself fighting against fascism. It dominated and murdered and killed Black people in Algeria and all over Africa, and held the Vietnamese in horrible, horrible conditions, because that was colonialism. So I'm glad to see that we have reached a point in this movement, and we have contributed to that, this coalition, giving ideological coherence, movement, ideological direction to where it has to go, bringing back science to the movement, moving beyond the ooga boogaism, superstition, emotions that attempt to suffer for science. This has been one of the things. And then, of course, another thing that the coalition has done is that it has brought organizational unity. And we haven't seen this since the 1960s. And this was one of the consequences of the counterintelligence program that was designed to prevent the emergence of Black coalitions that could unify the Black liberation movement. It exists today. Black is back. And I want to say that. And finally, this webinar is extremely important. And that we should recognize that a difference today and in the 1960s, how did Comrade Ward Churchill characterize this cryptonym? Because it was secret. We didn't know that this organized, coherent program coming from a particular entity in the government was at work. We just knew we were getting hit all over the place and differently. But today, we know. Not only do we know because Ward Churchill was here, but because when they came at 5 o'clock in the morning on July 29th, they announced it on loudspeakers. They said, "This is the FBI." And when they handcuffed me and my wife right there on Redbud in that morning with the FBI there with automatic weapons and things, they said, "This is going to be in the news. This is going to be big news." And they were going to use this as evidence of the tough Joe Biden. He's not Sleepy Joe now. He's a tough Joe Biden running against Trump and any other kinds of forces. And they were going to use it, part of that. But what they did, when they did it, was announce to the world that this government is attacking us, attacking Black people. And they can't do it right up front. What do they say they're attacking? They said they were attacking Russians. Ain't a damn Russian on Redbud. I have not seen a Russian on 44 Bud. You know, it's a lie. And they attacked us in St. Petersburg, Florida. They said the Russians told us to run for office. There's nobody in America that has bled more, fought more, leadership killed more, trying to vote than Black people, and that was before there ever was a Putin. No Russian had to tell us to run for office, but the concern was not that we ran for office, but we said reparations when we ran for office. That we put reparations finally on the agenda. That we put a struggle against what they call gentrification, population removal on the agenda. That we put on the agenda Black community control of the police. That was the problem. They don't mind us running for office. They just want us to run for office on their terms, with their program and not a program for Black people. And that's what is the real crime that we are accused of being, that's the crime that we've actually been attacked for. Say that again?
I'm sorry, 2 more minutes.
Oh, good. And of course, we were attacked because we did a campaign to take the United States to the United Nations for violation of the crime, of the punishment and prevention of the crime of genocide. This is the United Nations Convention. We didn't create that convention. The United Nations did that. And they didn't even do it for Black people. In fact, they did it in the instance where white people had killed a lot of other white people in Europe. And so this Polish Jew named Limsky created this thing that was taken to the United Nations. And even when that happened in 1948, by 1951, Black people, William Patterson, Paul Robeson, others went to the United Nations and with a charge, we charged genocide about America in terms of Black people. So how do we need the Russians to tell us to get involved in the struggle against genocide? They stole from us, the FBI, 130,000 signatures that had been collected by people who supported this charge that we wanted to take to the United Nations against the U.S. Genocide against African people. They said that we did those things, that we ran these offices, and the Russians told us to do it, and that's why we did it. And these are just some of the charges that they've made against us. They said that I went to Moscow, and I did go to Moscow. But I have also been to Spain, and I've also been to England a number of times. And I've also traveled to Suriname, that was mentioned here. I've traveled all around the world. I was in Nicaragua when the Reagan administration declared publicly, when it came into office, that henceforth struggles for freedom would be characterized by the United States government as terrorism. This was public policy. That was the response to the struggle of colonized people to be free. So I just want to say those things and say that it's really important for people here, for people in this meeting, for people who are participating, wherever you are in this webinar. You have to publish this information. You have to you have to pass it on. More and more Africans have to be able to see it. More and more people around the world have to be able to see it. You have to make your politic represent standing up as African people against colonialism. Because how can anybody in the world unite with you? Can you see yourself in an international meeting saying, I'm fighting to make white people like me? But if you struggle against colonialism, it's widely recognized around the whole world as a legitimate struggle. So you have to take the struggle out to the world. We have to expose the FBI. We have to take advantage of the education that's being brought here, how to deal when the FBI comes to our communities and things like this. And we have to support the organizations that are trying to work in our communities. I want to say those things as a part of a summary of this immediate process right now. And I want to call on people again. You have to join the coalition if you're not a member. If your organization is not a member, you need to be asking questions why that's the case. And also, I think it's going to be really important to recognize that you're going to have to donate and support this coalition because we need the resources in order to further this work. Thank you so much, Sister Vice Chair Lisa, and all of the presenters who preceded me. I thought that was extraordinary to see the growing coherence of a movement, ideological, political coherence of our movement, and the organizational unity of a movement that the government had determined would be destroyed and would never see the light of day again. Black is back. Uhuru.
Wow. The presentations thus far have been wonderful, incisive, directly on point. Chairman Omali in particular covered a considerable portion of what I might have framed in my remarks here. But with COINTELPRO, its antecedents and its descendants, it's an ongoing reality. There's far more than can be encompassed in a half an hour or a day. And because it's continuously evolving, that situation would remain. But let's say, first of all, and the word's been used by others, I think all panelists, from Chairman Omali and the preceding two, have all referred to counterinsurgency. So let's start with the fact that COINTELPRO, which is a cryptonym, it would be considered an acronym, except it was secret during the period of time when it was actually in use by the FBI. And it breaks down as the CO comes from counter, the IN, TEL comes from intelligence, PRO comes from program, counterintelligence program, which sounds kind of innocuous. It's also a misnomer. And it was innocuous on its face. One has to wonder why it had to be a cryptonym. It's because most of what came under it was technically illegal in the United States at the time. But the misnomer part has to do with the fact that counterintelligence per se is intended. There's actually a mandate for the FBI to pursue counterintelligence operations, but the mandate uses the term correctly, which is to counter the activities of agents of foreign powers, usually citizens of those powers, but not always, but nonetheless operating in behalf of foreign powers at the expense of the United States to violate security. That's espionage, sabotage, and so on. But the foreign element is what's key. Insofar as the mandate goes to nullify, to counter, and to stop the activities that come within that range, those who were targeted as operatives of foreign powers, one form or another, non-citizens for the most part, were not subject to the constitutional protections of the United States. They were suspended. The objective of counterintelligence operations was, and this is the FBI's term, to neutralize the activities of those who were targeted. Neutralize. And that can go from exposing them when they needed to be functioning in a clandestine capacity, to discrediting them if the exposure itself was not sufficient to nullify their activities, to contriving cases which might result in their incarceration, but at least tie them up in judicial processes, insofar as they were mostly of foreign extraction. They might be green card aliens, they might be landed immigrants, they might be whatever, but a non-citizen capacity, or people who had misrepresented facts of their background in gaining immigration status and had, as immigrants, become citizens. If there was that history of misrepresentation in their petition to become citizens, they could be deported, they could be incarcerated, and in particular cases, key targets might be assassinated. They were subject to forms of monitoring, surveillance, and so forth, which were prohibited, constitutional reasons, for use against citizens of the United States. Doesn't mean that the prohibition was always respected. The FBI had a long history of operating in an unwarranted manner in surveilling U.S. citizens as well as non-citizens. Black bag jobs, the burglary of their offices or homes in search of intelligence. They were not stealing valuable items. They were stealing mailing lists. They were stealing financial records. They were stealing address books. They were stealing all manner of records having to do with organizational activities or personal activities, and so on. It was intelligence gathering for purposes of neutralization, all of that. Well, the reason that you had this cryptonym in effect was that COINTELPRO was the utilization of this broad range of tactics intended to destroy the effectiveness or operational capacity of the targets against the U.S. citizens, members of organizations, groups, whatever, that were considered subversive of the status quo. In other words, they were undermining white supremacy, colonial order of things, as has been described, to be categorized in that fashion by the Bureau as a citizens organization caused you to be targeted, and you were to be neutralized by whatever means were necessary within the continuum of operational tactics and so forth that defined counterintelligence against foreign powers. So you were essentially declared to be a non-citizen. You were essentially declared to be an enemy that needed to be destroyed for preservation of the existing order in the United States. And colonialism, that's been pretty well described here in prior presenters. I have really nothing that needs to be added in this context, but that's the nature of the order. It takes many forms in its ramifications, the nuances by which it affects its lives, and that's comprehensive. That's the order that's to be maintained. My grandmother used to tell me that there was a place for everything and everything should be returned to its place. Now, she was a neatness freak, but that's a sort of a cliche, turn of the phrase with which most people will be familiar. May not practice it, but they'd be familiar with the adage. In the context we're talking about here, the rule would be translated as there's a place for everyone and everyone is supposed to remain in their place. Getting out of your place, getting uppity, as the white supremacist vernacular would have it, was cause for being targeted to one extent or another. COINTELPRO, a list of techniques, would begin really with infiltration, or infiltration bringing outsiders into organizations who are either employed by as agents, police personnel or intelligence personnel inserted into organizations to gather information, or to coerce, convert, whatever means were available, active members of organizations to provide information about the functioning of organizations and individuals within the organizations to the intelligence gathering entity, in this case, the FBI. Although it should be noted that the FBI, from very early on, was constructing relationships with police personnel, police departments in all the major cities in what are conventionally referred to as red squads, although they go by various names. In New York, it was called the Bureau of Strategic Services or Special Services. I've heard it referred to as both. Gang Intelligence Unit in Chicago. I keep listing them off, but they all reduce to the term red squads. Their whole function was to deal with subversive organizations as they defined them. In some cases, as those above them, political figures, corporate entities, plutocrats of one sort or another, would define those to be targeted. And the basis, it was ideological, sometimes practical, more when strikes, etc., were at issue, but usually ideological, because the way you think about things defines how you comport yourself in the world. If you see your employer is ripping you off, chances are you're going to be inclined to organizing to strike, so on. Beyond that, a number of these infiltrators from the outside, and sometimes people inside would be recruited to this role as well, but seldom. It's usually infiltrators, people who were sent in, not so much to gather information, although they did that, but to disrupt the activities of the organization in various ways, and that considered rumor mongering of various sorts, raising ideological disputes. Some people trained to do this became conversant enough with the ideologies adhered to by the organizations they infiltrated that they could argue points of dialectics and so forth, endlessly disrupting, causing quarrels, causing disputes, diverting people's attention from the concrete agendas they were attempting to pursue into squabbles that would result in factionalism and a breakdown of organizations, often targeting leadership people in a number of ways, romantic interests and so forth. So-and-so is sleeping with so-and-so's wife, so-and-so's hitting on her, so-and-so's embezzling money, raking off a little bit from the fundraising to enjoy a better lifestyle. So-and-so is doing this, that, the other thing. Let's whisper. Now, don't tell me anyone where I got this, but or where you got this, but blah, 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 blah. continuous tone, which unfortunately merges with behaviors in a number of our movements historically anyway, rivalries, personality conflicts, ego trips of various sorts, cause this sort of thing to happen anyway. It's an environment into which a good provocateur, that's what these people are functioning, agent provocateur, they can simply take what's there and ramify it, causing, in some cases, the disintegration of organizations, splits in organizations, so forth. The very famous one, the so-called Newton-Cleaver split in 1971, which arose from an ego conflict, or arose from an ideological conflict. Those things were real, but all of them were furthered by a secret mailing campaign by FBI personnel, forging letters from known Panthers to Eldridge on the one hand, to Huey Newton on the other hand, to convince each of them that the other was attempting to kill them, undermine them, assume their role in the party, become dominant, blah, 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 which ended up in a violent fracturing of the party. The Black Panther Party after 1971 was in various sorts of decline to the point where it might as well not have existed by 1975. There was something called the Black Panther Party, which was maintained by the Newton faction, I guess you could call it, in Oakland, Bay Area. Up until 1981, I believe it was, the one constructive function that it did was maintained was running a community school, which was gone by 1981 too. And then there was no more Black Panther Party in the original form, period. But it had effectively gone out of existence as a result of this kind of undermining that occurred a decade earlier, really. The next level, if you would put it as a level, begins at the same time, is utilizing media. Propaganda is always a piece of this, okay, which would seek to discredit in the public mind key organizers, key agitators was the Bureau's vernacular, as well as the organizations themselves, exposing hidden agendas that, didn't exist, such as that. And the Bureau maintained a nationwide stable of what they called friendly or cooperating journalists. Often you had pieces of journalism, I'm putting quotes around that, written by FBI specialists themselves in what was called the Public Information Division of the FBI, a big one. It was one of the major components of the FBI at the time, and it was cranking out news items that these friendly journalists and others from time to time would sometimes rewrite, modify to resemble their style, but often the stylists in the word shop of the FBI were pretty good at their job, so it came out sounding like the purported authors. Often enough, Ron Cozio in Chicago, in connection with the Hampton case, which was mentioned earlier on, he simply signed his name to things that were written by the FBI, or repeat verbatim what they told him on the phone, presented as news, to discredit, destabilize, ultimately to destroy the organization. So you've got that. Then you've got what's called badjacketing. And I should have mentioned this in relation to the agent provocateurs. A particularly effective means of whisper campaign was for an agent or an operative, an infiltrator, an agent provocateur, to target somebody who was well thought of, who was effective as an organizer or whatever, and start the whispering campaign to the effect that they were actually a police infiltrator themselves. So you had the agent discrediting the bona fide activist, causing him or her to be mistrusted, neutralizing their effectiveness. Okay. And you had cases where that was done, you know, one agent managing to do it to 20, 30 people within an organization. The guy in Chicago, O'Neill, who was the infiltrator who served as Fred Hampton's bodyguard, and gave him I gave the police raiders maps, gave to the FBI, who provided it to the police raiders, maps of the apartment showing where various pieces of furniture were, including Hampton's bed, which was highlighted. Then slipped Hampton a glass of Kool-Aid laced with succobarbital before the event. Then he left. He wasn't there, of course, when the raid occurred, but Hampton was basically unconscious when he was killed. The guy I worked with, Mark Clark, I don't know whether he had succobarbital slipped to him or not, but he was pulling security, was basically asleep when the attack began, so he never had a chance. They never had a chance. In fact, the one shot fired by the Panthers that night was a shotgun that Mark was holding in his lap when he was shot point blank in the chest by Gloves Davis on the way in. It was part of his death reflex when he was hit. Bullet went essentially into the ceiling, and that was all. The rest of the 99 odd shots that were fired were all fired by the police, including the shots that were fired into Fred Hampton and hit Verlaine Brewer and others. So, you know, this gets quite serious. Now, what happened with the Hampton raid and Clark is the top of the heap. I mentioned assassination. But before you get to assassination, they'd already worked this out on Fred Hampton as well. He had been convicted of stealing ice cream from an ice cream, basically an ice cream truck on a hot night in the park. He liberated the ice cream and handed it out to kids in the park who couldn't afford to buy it. He was given a prison sentence for that, but there had been an appeal, and so he was out on appeal when he was killed. Incidentally, I'm not all that fond of the movie. I'd have to go with Chairman Omali and his analysis of it, but there was more than that. I had personal knowledge of some of the actors in this, and no, that was a sanitized thing, but it did, as was pointed out, get the conversation going and get it on some younger people's radar that Fred Hampton existed and so on. Much more powerful speaker, much more eloquent speaker, much more incisive speaker than anything that was shown in the film, but that would have made the film dangerous. Before that, you have pretext arrests, and these were used extensively, and most often by the police collaborating in these counter-subversive or counterinsurgency operations. A notable case that was used as a template, really, in the operations against the Black Liberation Movement and others for the duration of COINTELPRO was undertaken against the Revolutionary Action Movement in Philadelphia, summer of 1967. And they arrested people with no intention, no hope really of obtaining a conviction, and if they did, it would have been minor offenses, but they'd arrest them for anything on site on the street, take them to jail, then they'd have to post bond and usually mount a defense in order to be acquitted and out. But as they posted bond and started to leave the police station, they'd be arrested on an undercharge and taken right back into the jail. And by the end of the summer, you had activists, and RAM was not a large organization, but people just separating from the organization to avoid more of this harassment. People who are facing 6 and 7 trials over nonsense, really. But in each case, they had to come up with bail. The organization had to come up with bail if the individual did not have it, and retain lawyers, incur legal expense, bankrupted the organization basically, and drove a number of the members out of it. And that was extolled in a lengthy memorandum by the special agent in charge of the FBI office in Philadelphia as a technique that could be replicated to good effect elsewhere. And of course it was. That was standard practice. Man, you'd be hauled in and hauled in and hauled in, police coming to your door, and so on, serving warrants on things like unpaid traffic tickets, whatever. And then serious trials that could be undertaken for the same reason. They did not necessarily expect to obtain a conviction, but you could keep people tied up completely in the legal system for months, exhaust organizational funds, and so for fundraising being used not for constructive engagement with the community and things like the Panther survival programs, but going to mount legal defenses. For Panthers at one point had 60 people facing significant criminal charges. And as we know, and as was figured in the calculations of the FBI at the time, some of these are going to result in convictions. And we've got people still in prison who have done 40 years and change, 50 years in some cases. We had a guy in California, Chip Fitzgerald, an LA Panther, who went in 67 and he died within the last 6 months, still in prison. So permanent neutralization there, but you could not obtain that conviction, and the person was not deterred by other techniques down the continuum. Then assassination was an effective nullification, neutralization, if you will, of a key activist. That they were targeting Hampton, but they may also have been targeting, they were also targeting Bobby Rush, that is Congressman Bobby Rush, who was the defense minister of the Chicago Panthers at the time, but he'd had a familial dispute and gone home that night. Otherwise, he would have been in the apartment and he was to be taken out as well. And they may have been targeting Mark Clark for that matter, because he was being recruited into the Chicago loop of things, but he was the head of the Panthers in Peoria, which is where I worked with him. So he was a key individual in his own way. These are taken as successes. Other ways of accomplishing this was to set up intra-organizational disputes like the Hampton-Cleaver split, which resulted in fatalities straight down the line, or inter-organizational disputes, such as the cartoon campaign in the late 60s in LA between the Panthers. The FBI was putting out cartoons in style used by the Panthers. Not that they were identical with Emory Douglas's artwork, but taken in that style, mimeographed cartoons parodying the, they say it didn't mean United Slaves, but the US organization of Ron Karenga, cultural nationalists, as Karenga defined us, revolutionary nationalists, as the Panther Central Committee defined the Panthers agenda in LA. So the Panther forgeries ridiculed us, and they were also putting out cartoons in the name of us that ridiculed the Panthers. First immediate consequence of this was dispute at UCLA over who was going, either us or the Panthers, be the influential factor the Black Students Union that was being formed there. There was a meeting on that very topic between attended both by us representatives and Bunchy Carter and John Huggins representing the Panthers. There were a couple of other people there that resulted in Bunchy and John getting shot to death. And then the entire LA Panther leadership, which had gathered at John Huggins' house to console his wife and child and basically regroup, being arrested that night. This is the victim organization, if you want to use the vernacular of law enforcement. They arrested all the victims, nothing with regard to the perpetrator organization, which would be us. Turns out Claude Hubert, who was the actual trigger man there, was an FBI operative that was functioning in us, and also the two Steiner brothers. There's a fourth individual that was involved whose name I cannot recall, and he just disappeared. Hubert last known working for security services in Guyana. So he was consistent. He'd been moved to Guyana out of the United States, was never arrested. The Steiners were down there too. And then in Suriname, they had been arrested, sentenced for murder, and then walked out of San Quentin. Don't walk out of San Quentin. Anybody familiar with that prison? I mean, they just walked away and turned up in Guyana and Suriname. One of them finally wearied of, after several decades, being in Suriname, came back. I went to prison for a brief period. I think mainly for escaping under California law. And that's that. But that was major blow, obviously, to the LA Panthers. And the FBI took credit for it, took credit for the cartoons, said as a result that it was a successful operation, so successful that it should be continued, and it was, and more Panthers were killed by us members, and Ron Freeman was wounded by us members, and so on. So assassination inflicting fatalities and key people can happen in a number of different ways. I know of no instance where an FBI agent per se ever pulled a trigger. Police and other political activists were essentially conned into it. There's more that can be said. COINTELPRO began in '56 as a counter-subversive operation against the Communist Party, but expanded. The really intensive part begins in the late '60s. Although you'd had things like Bill Sullivan, who was basically in head of domestic security, under which COINTELPRO operation fell, concocted a set of tapes and so forth that were sent to back Martin Luther King, suggesting that it would be sent to the press unless he was right. Basically committed suicide, took himself out, basically, was what they want. Be self-neutralizing. Now, that was obviously in the earlier 60s, but from 1968 onwards, you had this really intensive wave of counterintelligence operations directed at, well, the term was used, what they call black nationalist hate groups, Black Liberation Movement, basically, in which they acknowledged 230 odd major 295 major operations targeting organizations and individuals. 230 of them aimed at the Black Panther Party. And it was ongoing, although the intensity had eased up in 1971 when a citizens commission to investigate the FBI, a clandestine group in Pennsylvania, pulled what was called a black bag job I mentioned earlier. That's a burglary, but their burglary was an FBI resident agency in Media, Pennsylvania. They took all the files. Basically, it was a black bag job, only run in reverse. The FBI was short-circuited by that one. Really intensive search for the so-called, well, they were burglars. People were never apprehended, but they were putting the select documents as they analyzed the files out to the media, some of which contained that cryptonym, COINTELPRO, and people were starting to ask as a result of that, what the hell is COINTELPRO? And one thing follows another up to the church committee, where there is a lot of disclosure of what had been done, but also a lot of containment as to the extent of it. So the church committee is useful, the record that they were published in, I think, 6 volumes, official record, including a detailed account of the campaign to destroy the Black Panther Party. It's useful, puts it on record officially, hardly to be denied. The FBI documents cited in order to validate it by Congress. But, you know, there were key components left out, like they never concluded that some of those targeted were framed, didn't lead to a review of cases opening up people coming out of prison, and it did not acknowledge that there were actually assassinations involved. Like, pointed to the appearance that the FBI was trying to instigate. But in 1971, once that was out, the official story and the general narrative that's been put out is that COINTELPRO was officially terminated at that time. Well, not so. Use of the caption ended at that time. And there was considerable amount of drawdown in terms of the frequency of the operations, but even in the order to stop using the caption, J. Edgar Hoover himself said that there would be a tighter control level of authorization exerted such operations in the future. And in 1975-76, in their final report, Church Committee pointed out that they had uncovered at least 5 operations that appeared to carry the signature of COINTELPRO ongoing at the time, and they were intending to investigate those, but never did. COINTELPRO continued. Rather than talking about extremists, they started talking about terrorists, and so it's counterterrorism operations, and they've got a number of other captions, but the operations have continued right up to present. And what's being dealt with in terms of the raids nationwide, really, multiple city raids on the organization here, the Uhuru Movement in general, is part of that. And if I had more time, I could link it back to the Palmer raids in 1919, 1920, multi-city raids targeting immigrant workers organizations and so forth. But I think what I will do is say that I have written up, as was pointed out, in a couple of books, along with a co-author, Jim Vanderwall, Agents of Repression and COINTELPRO papers, which were very recently republished, reprinted, whatever you want to call it, by Black Classic Press. So they're available. Those who want more detailed information, documents and all, take a look. Take a look. Yeah, I thank you all for listening to a long and perhaps useful presentation, and in the language of the particular moment, solidarity and Uhuru.
Uhuru, and welcome back to the official broadcast of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign. This counteroffensive bringing you live on the ground in Tampa, updates, daily updates, feedback, historical documents of the Uhuru Movement and Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And we are here on the ground with this live broadcast. You just watched two presentations, one by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, other by author and activist Ward Churchill on the history of the FBI and the Black Liberation Movement. And I really want to, appreciate those two pieces. There's so much more that you can find. This was at the conference of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, another mass organization of the Uhuru Movement, bringing together organizations who are anti-imperialist and taking this fight back into their organizations and creating a united front in this war against, liberation. So I just want to say that we are moving on in our program, and to understand that just coming out of this last section, that whether it's the FBI, the Bureau of Investigation, the CIA, it is the same colonial state. And throughout this, history, whatever they call themselves, we understand that they are against the people. This is a war, and attacking the people. And we want to really appreciate Ward Churchill and that extensive history to continue to break down how this state looks in its various forms. So next on our broadcast, we're going to look at some videos on the history of the work of the African People's Socialist Party. We'll be bringing you videos on the history, looking back at two documentaries. The first one will help us to continue our discussion on the history of the party's work around reparations, and allowing us to completely destroy the government's attempt to claim that this work is being done at the behest of the Russian government. We will also see, among other things, the reparations work, and that how reparations has been at the center of the work of the Solidarity Movement, which itself was founded in 1976, almost 50 years ago. So let's go ahead and enjoy this Burning Spear production documentary titled Reparations and the African People's Socialist Party. Let's play that first video.
On November 13th and 14th of 1982, the African National Reparations Organization, a mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party, organized and conducted a World Tribunal on reparations for Black people. Addressing the question debated across the U.S. today, are African people owed reparations? Listen to the testimonies from this tribunal and you decide.
Today, we are initiating a two-day trial of the United States government for crimes it has committed against the Black or African population of the United States. Today, we are initiating a two-day process which is remarkable and historic in its implication for the use of international law as a means of addressing the crimes against oppressed people who do not have the benefit of state power and the use of national and international courts, which are traditionally only available to those groups who do possess state power. To withhold the right to justice and international legality to the powerless, oppressed African people in the United States would be to validate the most cynical concept that might makes right. It would give credence and validity to the awful concept of the right of the powerful to make and enforce international law. Such law as that is no law at all. It is accepted tyranny. Therefore, this World Tribunal must determine whether international morality might prevail in the interest of the powerless. This tribunal will determine whether, even in the absence of state power, the rights of the oppressed will be recognized as rights which may be respected in the form of applied international law.
On November 13th and 14th of 1982, Black people from around the United States and the world came together at an international tribunal in New York to hear evidence, historical, statistical, and personal, on the right of Black people in the U.S. to receive reparations from the U.S. government. Before an international panel of judges and observers representing popular movements in the Congo, Senegal, Barbados, the United States, and Tanzania, 14 hours of documentation and testimony was presented to support the charge that African people experienced genocide. This was not a mock trial. International law was laid out and legal procedures followed. This international law consisted of charters and treaties passed by the United Nations after World War II to hold governments accountable to the world community. The judges heard the charges, followed the evidence, cross-examined witnesses, and rendered a verdict. Testimony was put forth under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which has been ratified by a majority in the United Nations, but which the United States Senate has refused to ratify for fear of being charged before world courts concerning the cases of Native American and African people in the U.S.
The Genocide Convention declares as punishable crimes any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
The first testimony came from Dr. Leonard Jeffries, chairman of the Black Studies Department of the City College of New York, who detailed the birth of civilization in Africa and the subsequent impact of the raiding slave merchants.
For 40 or 50 years, the Portuguese had been touching the coast of Africa, and they knew the riches of the culture and civilizations that had been developed there. The civilizations of Ife and Benin that produced the art, which is as classical as any art ever produced. The civilization that produced the city-states of Nigeria and the city-states of other parts of Africa. These Portuguese, being land poor, resource poor, and people poor, had to have their mind blown when they got to the Gold Coast. So the Portuguese in 1482 came back to Africa and established a permanent base, which became the beginning of the process of genocide that saw 100 million Africans destroyed. That permanent base was called Elmina of St. George. And after that period, hundreds of slave forts were built along the African coast. In Ghana alone, along a 200-mile stretch, there are the remnants today of 50 slave forts and castles, some of them only a few miles from each other, as the European blood-sucked the African continent. In that 50-year turning point of history, when Europe moved from the periphery of world history, from its dark ages, onto center stage, and moved out African and Southern Asian and Indian peoples, the roots of that which we have to deal with today in terms of the condition of our people are there. They come out of the slave trade system, which, as Walter Rodney says, went to the development of Europe and the underdevelopment of Africans. In this 50-year period of history, you have the basis of genocide, the basis of religious intolerance, the basis of fascism. But I don't want to leave us historically with a negative note. The last period of history is 1900 to the present. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Renaissance. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Revolution. And Garvey and others understood this. The revolutions in Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, the revolutions taking place around Tanzania and Namibia, the movements in the Caribbean around Grenada, etc., the Cuban Revolution, the struggles of peoples on the streets of Harlem and Bedford-Stuy. These are all part of the renaissance and rebirth of African peoples. And although a genocidal process existed in history, we are reversing that genocidal process by moving into an African revolutionary consciousness.
In addition, a historical brief was submitted with documentation of extensive economic research on the amount of wealth stolen from the labor of African people held as slaves in the U.S. Wealth which was the basis of the U.S. economy for its first 100 years and which gave birth to the capitalist economic system. Estimates of wealth stolen from African people's labor through the special structures of tenant farming, wage discrimination, and the dual labor market were also made for the years following the abolition of formal chattel slavery. A minimum estimate of the wealth stolen from black people for labor alone, leaving out charges for damages incurred through murder, maiming, and rape, amounted to $4.1 trillion. Joe Mashariki, chairman of the Black Veterans for Social Justice, brought out detailed information on the use of black troops to enforce U.S. power around the world, at the same time that black people are suffering under the rule of that state power in the U.S.
The United States government is guilty of mass genocide and degradation against Africans here in America. The economic wealth and development of this country was built on the backs of black slave labor. All persons who enjoy the fruits of the so-called democracy today enjoy it at the expense of black blood, sweat, tears, and lives. As an organization of veterans from World War II to Vietnam War who fought in these wars, our motto is blacks fight no one else's war no more. We have adopted this motto because of our experience in this country. However, this motto doesn't exclude us from fighting our own war. I want to be clear on that. Such as in Tanzania, Namibia, Mississippi, or New York. People who know the anti-war movement know that the type of internal chaos that took place in the military, which helped to stop the war, and that came from people right here in our communities. The whole white anti-war movement couldn't get off the ground until blacks refused. More blacks refused to go into the military during the Vietnam War than whites, 8-2.
Evidence was also brought forth under the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which states in part,
State parties undertake to prohibit and to eliminate racial discrimination in all its forms and to guarantee the right of everyone without distinction as to race, color, or national or ethnic origin to equality before the law, notable the enjoyment of the following rights: the right to equal treatment before the tribunals and all other organs administering justice, the right to security of person and protection by the state against violence or bodily harm, whether inflicted by government officials or by an individual, group, or institution.
Testifying on conditions for black people in southern prisons was Richard Mafundi Lake.
They wouldn't allow me any reading material for 12 years. They took and put me in a cell, 5-by-8 cell, without benefit of any writing material, reading material, radio, TV, non-cellmate for 12 years. Only thing was in that strip cell was a face basin where you only cold water, running cold water. There was no bed. It was a concrete slab block. And the only time I came out of that cell was to go to a shower for 5 minutes. And if you wasn't through showering in 5 minutes, the water was cut off on you. You didn't have any control of the water. That was for 12 years. And the only way I maintained my sanity was to play mental games with myself. I learned how to play chess without a board. I wouldn't allow them to destroy me. I was placed, I think it was 21 days that I was forced to go without bread or water. I was in a cell, stripped, winter time, sub-zero degree weather, and there was no heating, no ventilation. I was forced to lie on that concrete block, and then the guards would come by for additional punishment and throw water on the floor. It would get so cold that the only way I could sleep, I would just run in my cell until I was just completely exhausted, and I would just fall out from exhaustion and sleep. You see the little blocks in the toilet tissue? They used to give us 3 blocks, actually count the blocks of toilet tissue. And I used to take the 3 blocks of toilet tissue and lie on that cold floor and put it on my chest and psych myself that I was covering myself with a blanket. You know, under severe conditions, a person play all kind of mental games with himself in order to survive.
Further evidence on the government's violation of this international convention was put forth by Akil al-Jundi, who was a participant in the Attica Rebellion in New York.
On September the 9th, 1971, at Attica State Prison, there had been a unanimous decision by over 1,200 prisoners at Attica. And that position was that because of all the racism that had existed at Attica and the prison system within New York State and in the entire country, that it was a need for something to happen. On September the 9th, 1971, we took to the yard 1,281 strong. On September the 13th, 1971, 43 people lost their lives as an outcome of the rebellion. Now, we know that rebellions go on and at different times, and what they do is they escalate our particular level of struggle. In this particular case, raised the question of prisoners, and the relationship of prisons to black folk, particularly in the wilderness of North America. There is a suit right now that is pending, and this civil suit is demanding $2.8 billion from the Rockefeller estate, because we remember that the governor at the time of the rebellion was none other than Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. And we want to give to the international body our suit so that the world will not forget what happened at Attica.
And Afeni Shakur, a member of the Grand Jury Project and former defendant in the New York Panther 21 trial in 1969, brought forth extensive evidence concerning COINTELPRO attacks against the black liberation struggle.
My nephew was beginning first grade in 1968, and that was the year of the infamous UFT teacher strike in this city. And here, thousands of children were left without schools, and so people across this city got together and set up alternative programs. The Black Panther Party was very much involved in that struggle, and I joined that struggle in 1968. By April of 1969, I was in jail, charged with some 350 felonies, including conspiracy to do just about everything there is to conspire to do. We were all acquitted. The state of New York wasted $1.5 million in trying to send us all to jail, but their conspiracy did not end there, and some of them are now political prisoners. It's important for us, however, to begin by understanding what a counterintelligence program really is. A counterintelligence program is a military operation. One goal of any counterintelligence program is to neutralize a hostile agent. The United States government considers all elements of the Black Liberation Movement hostile agents. When the counterintelligence program was aimed at the Black Liberation Movement, there was only one heading in which all black people fell, and that heading is called Black Hate Extremist Groups. And under that heading fell the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, SCLC, SNCC, CORE, the Black Panther Party, of course, Malcolm X, and anybody that fell any place within those parameters. And that, I believe, covers the general trend existing in any black family and in any black community.
Look all around us, people are starving and dying. Time for living, if you're willing, it's freedom time. Yeah.
The United Nations has also adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which declares in part that
everyone has the right to a nationality. Everyone has the right to education. Education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms.
Professor Del Hunter was demoted from position as Dean of Medgar Evers College in New York for supporting the struggle of African students for control of the institution in the interest of the black community.
The way that the black intellectual became utilized was literally not to transmit knowledge, not to discover new information, not to engage in human understanding, but literally to reproduce in a very mechanical and a very formal way that information that had been received from the ruling forces. The responsibility, therefore, of anyone who strikes of talking about freedom, liberation, and a revolution is that of creating an antithesis of the present understanding of reality. The idea, therefore, is for the core of people who have been housed outside of the institutions of higher learning, who, by the way, have usually made more of a major contribution toward the development of black people than those who've been housed inside, okay? The idea is to establish a link and a mechanism so that these individuals have a forum in order to exist and to carry on the information sharing and the understanding that they have.
This Universal Declaration of Human Rights also holds that
everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control.
one of the many individual black people who came forward to give testimony on her conditions of life and right to reparations was Sharon Smith.
One of the unique things about Central Brooklyn is that it's the largest black population in the country, but the majority of that population is made up of women and children. One of the most pressing problems for us as mothers in this city is decent housing. We have a responsibility of providing a decent home for our children. However, it is kind of hard to do that when you're being exploited and oppressed by a criminal landlord, further perpetuated by a court system. I've lived in apartments where, well, the ceilings are always falling in. That's common. Rodents, rats, roaches is a common problem. The cold is a common problem in a lot of buildings that I've lived in this city. When the temperature was below zero last year, we froze. You have on twice as many clothes inside, and you take off clothes to go outside. I was getting a lot of phone calls and letters home from the teachers as such, and he can't be still, my son can't be still, my son is not being productive. And I did not know how to get across to these teachers that if my son go to bed cold and then he wake up cold and he can't wash up efficiently in the bathroom that the ceiling is falling in, how in the world is he going to be productive in a classroom in a public school of miseducation, which is another story in itself. We go to housing court, and on any day of the week, there are loads of people, African people, to be dealing in that system at one time. Something is definitely wrong. I consider that genocide. They're trying to kill our spirits. What it has done is just rise my anger. I want to see justice. I want to see reparations for us.
Testimony was brought out concerning the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which includes the following provisions.
The state parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. The steps to be taken to achieve the full realization of this right shall include those necessary for the provision of the reduction of the stillbirth rate and of infant mortality and for the healthy development of the child, the creation of conditions which would assure to all medical service and medical attention in the event of sickness.
Black healthcare activist Ibun Adelona testified to the systematic violation of this provision by the United States and state authorities in regards to black people in the U.S.
In regards to our struggle for self-determination, we have had to define for ourselves what that means. For us, that means having control over the institutions that affect our lives. It means the ability to define our needs and to have access to resources to develop the social forms that would meet those needs. Generally, throughout the world, infant mortality rates are recognized as one of the most reliable measures of the general health status of a community. Among African people in New York, our rate of infant death is 36.8% greater than that of white New Yorkers. If you compare Manhattan and Brooklyn to Mississippi, you see an even larger discrepancy in the sense that 2 to 3 times those numbers begin to appear in other parts of the country. We found that there was a pattern of hospitals being closed in black communities. Now, when you have an understanding of the relationship of business and government in regards to whether or not a hospital stays open, then you understand that when a hospital closes, it is because the government wants that hospital to close. What they do is pull back on the kind of reimbursement that they give to that hospital, so in effect they create a bankruptcy. A total of $10.7 billion was spent in New York City in 1980 for healthcare expenditures, and $5.7 billion of this was spent on hospital care. Over 50% of that money for New York City, and I'm talking about all 5 boroughs, went to that string of hospitals in the area that we call Bedpan Alley, which is a predominantly white middle class and upper class community. And we're talking about tax dollars. We're talking about the money that comes from all of us. We're talking about our money is going disproportionately to one sector in regards to the health industry.
Following the testimony, the judges retired and determined a unanimous verdict. Speaking on the impact of the tribunal was Justice Ladipu Solanke, chairman of the National United Movement of Barbados.
A people who have faced the horrors as outlined in the testimony of these 2 days must congratulate themselves to have the moral fortitude to be here for this historical tribunal. Irrefutable evidence has been brought before this tribunal to indict the U.S. government without a shadow of a doubt. African people in the U.S. are indeed due reparations from the United States government. The crime against African people in the U.S. is without fear of contradiction the greatest crime in the known history of human civilization.
The verdict of the judges was that
1. African people in the U.S. are due reparations from the U.S. government at the amount of $4.1 trillion, with damages to be determined at later tribunals. 2. Imprisoned black revolutionaries should be granted political prisoner and prisoner of war status based on the Geneva Convention and other United Nations determinations. 3. U.S. treatment of Africans in the U.S. represents a serious enough breach of the United Nations Human Rights Charter to justify eviction of the U.S. from the United Nations. And 4. The testimony and documentation presented at the tribunal justifies the establishment of a permanent body to monitor U.S. treatment of African people in the U.S.
Calling for the black communities around the United States to take out the verdict of the tribunal and organize chapters of the African National Reparations Organization, Omali Yeshitela, People's Advocate and Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, summed up the Reparations Tribunal.
We've heard testimony, and there has been introduced documentation which shows that it is the oppression of African people here and throughout the world which is the very foundation, the cornerstone of the existence of this terrible world economic system that causes destruction throughout this earth. Such being the case, it's very clear that if you remove the cornerstone, the building will come tumbling down. Our oppression represents the cornerstone and at the same time the weakest link in this imperialist country, this imperialist world. And therefore, the judgment which comes from a tribunal such as this is very, very important. If you live in a country or a world that is built on slavery, barbarity, thievery, genocide, the institutions of that society in any place of the world will be there for the purpose of sustaining the enslavement and the genocide. We have set about creating another institution, and this institution is a world tribunal which brought the United States government for the first time in its history to trial for the crimes that it has committed against black people in this country. And this tribunal is biased tribunal
It is a tribunal that moves off the assumption that black people must be free. It moves clearly off the assumption that black people must be free, and that anything that stands in the way of that liberation must be removed.
America was built, understand, by stolen labor on stolen land. Take a second thought as you clap and stamp. Can you rock the house from inside the camp as you move into the beat to the early light? Because you're moving to the right. Prepare now, all get high and wait, cause it ain't no party in the police state.
This program was produced by Burning Spear Media, narrated by Dorothy Lewis and Laura Dotson. Senior producer was Gaeta Cambone. Audio engineer was Sandy Thompson. For more information and programs, visit theburningspear.com.
How we gonna make the black nation rise? Gotta agitate, educate, and organize. How we gonna make the black nation rise?
Uhuru comrades, and welcome back to a very special broadcast brought to you on the ground here in Tampa, Florida, covering the FBI versus the Uhuru 3. I really want to just, salute that video. And, that video is a part of a long, extensive struggle looking at the work of the African People's Socialist Party to bring the struggle for reparations, to make it a main demand and to make it a reality for African people. Just want to say that that's my train of thought. I just think, because I'm just thinking about the testimonies that took place in that video. And so if you need any more convincing why reparations should be a main demand and why the struggle for reparations should be a primary goal, of the African working class, then you got to keep on watching, because there's lots more to come. So here's another great video that we're going to show for this segment, looking at the history and the work of the African People's Socialist Party. We're going to look at November 13th, which marks the height of the Battle of St. Pete. This was a rebellion that employed guerrilla warfare tactics to protect the African working class community residing in South St. Petersburg, Florida. This uprising was in response to, first, the murder of 18-year-old African Tyrone Lewis at the hands of the colonial state, the St. Petersburg Police Department. When they murdered Tyrone Lewis, they hadn't anticipated the African community that had benefited from being organized, one, and ideologically informed by our movement on our relationship with the colonial state. 26 years later, the US government, in the form of the FBI, used flashbang grenades, drones, and assault rifles to raid our institutions in St. Petersburg, Florida, and St. Louis, Missouri, as well as the personal homes of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela and others. While their bogus FBI, while their bogus Russian agent claim has been used to frame up Africans in the past, the Battle of St. Pete is a perfect example that allows us to see through these huge absurdities. Russia wasn't to blame when they killed Tyrone Lewis, nor was it responsible for the assault against our movement in 1996. The real explanation for these attacks can be found in the US government's unceasing efforts to keep African people living under conditional colonial domination, with the threat of violence, the loss of limb, livelihood dangling above our heads constantly as a consequence for attempting to recapture our freedom. So now we bring to you the documentary entitled The Battle of St. Pete. Enjoy.
On October 24th, 1996, this police shot, killed 20-year-old Tyrone Lewis, an African man they had pulled over on a traffic stop. Young Tyrone was executed in broad daylight in front of over 100 witnesses just 3 blocks from the Uhuru house.
He was young, he was black, and he was shot for no reason, dog, and that's real. The man was shot for no reason, we wouldn't be doing all this today. How you think my mom looking at the news now? It could have been me, you know? It could have been me. How you think my mom? I know my mom feel every day that I'm going to get shot or something, you know?
Because of the Uhuru Movement's 30-year history of organizing for black rights in St. Petersburg and throughout the country, we were able to provide political leadership and a voice for the demands of the African working class of St. Petersburg, enabling the community to respond powerfully to the police murder of Tyrone Lewis through 2 major rebellions and countless direct action mobilizations. Within 1 year of the initial rebellion, the Uhuru Movement has forced both the city government and the federal government to respond to the African community's demand for economic development and social justice, and taken the struggle for black power to a new level. We in the Uhuru Movement believe that this struggle in St. Petersburg is indicative of a growing resistance in African communities throughout this country. We hope that this program will be of value to organizers working to promote black power for the African community.
They murdered Tyrone Lewis. It was supposed to be just another day at Africa. That's what it was supposed to be. The state's response to the murder and to the immediate resistance that emerged was typical. But you need to know that the resistance was not typical. What happened in St. Petersburg was incredible for its advanced character. The advanced character of the resistance in St. Petersburg was striking. People all around the country, even with the garbage that was coming to the Chicago Sun-Times, and somebody who wrote that article, somebody showed it to me when I got here, somebody who wrote the article in the Chicago Sun-Times just went into a room someplace and said, why don't we say this? And then wrote something and said, why don't we say it? And wrote something because it had no relationship to the real world. But the thing is that people, even through the bourgeois media, were able to see the advanced character of the struggle that happened in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it was advanced because even though there were waves of people in the streets, the thing that was so striking about St. Petersburg wasn't just burning and looting, so to speak, but there were what they like to refer to in this country when they're murdering people in Iraq and other places is there were surgical strikes that saw police precincts, 2 police precincts in the African community destroyed. That saw police cars burned on the spot. Saw media vehicles burned on the spot. Saw blood-sucking, filthy, parasitic merchants. Many of them been in the community for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Only role they play in the community is come there to pick up money. And as soon as they get it, they stay there long enough to exhaust the supply of money for the day. Then they take the money and leave and come back the next day to get the money. And while people may have thought the masses were sleeping and didn't understand the role of these forces, they did clearly understand their role. And they went to burn to the ground. And it happened so quickly that the ruling class were writing about how that happened and how somebody must have planned it. And somebody must have made it happen like that. And of course, what happened is that the Uhuru Movement, in one form or another, has been in St. Petersburg, Florida for 30 years. An unbroken history, 30 years in that same community, an unbroken history. And it has been 30 years of political education, sometimes less effective than others, because
The last thing I would want to do is paper over the contradictions in our movement, because there are contradictions which permeate our movement in St. Petersburg and throughout the country. But in St. Petersburg, there was consistent struggle to reach out to the masses. So the people rose up and made a magnificent response to the murder of Teron Lewis. The response of the state to the murder of Teron Lewis was never to reprimand the police. There was no intent ever to say the police might have done something wrong, or to say that there are any kind of underlying social contradictions which may have also contributed to the rebellion that occurred on October 24th. The response of the state, of the government, with the help of the ruling class media, was first to slander Teron Lewis, because you know he did have a criminal record. And he was speaking. And there was some crack we found in the car after he was killed. So that was the first thing they did. Secondly, the response was to isolate and criminalize the Uhuru Movement for inciting the rebellion. Never, never, never did they intend to say, well, maybe the police acted improperly. Maybe there are some kind of underlying social contradictions here responsible for the rebellion. Their response was to slander that brother, to isolate and criminalize our movement, and then to indict us, to send us to prison. That was their response, immediately. But they were unsuccessful in doing that. They were unsuccessful because we pushed the democratic question successfully.
Justice! Now! What do we want? Justice! Where do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! Where do we want it? Now! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
This morning with my mind, on freedom, Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru. We're here to say that we're uniting, demanding justice, and when do we want justice?
Right now.
Now. Right. We want the release of our brothers out of those jails. We definitely want the military to move, and that's what it is. It's the military.
That's right.
We want them out of here now.
That's right.
We want justice.
That's right.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
We found unanimously that both officers, James Knight and Sandra Mount, are guilty of murder. We found, we weren't asked to do this, but we felt it was a part of our responsibility, that both officers, James Knight and Sandra Mana, are sentenced to death in the state electorate. Mayor David Fisher and Chief Darrell Stevens are found guilty of murder in that the city's official policy was carried out as an execution on behalf of the city.
I was here in Oakland when the rebellion first took place on October 24th after the murder of Teron Lewis. I didn't get back until October 27th. When I got back on October 27th, all I could see were these news reports on television with Soul Group standing on top of a car on October 24th, in the middle of this crowd of people and being identified as the Uhuru Movement responsible for inciting what they characterized as the riot. And everything that was being said by the media and officials pointed clearly to the fact that they intended to indict and arrest members of the Uhuru Movement. So much so that the state's attorney, who had the responsibility for looking into the shooting of Teron Lewis that sparked the rebellion, said that not that he was trying to find out if there was anything he could indict the cops who killed Lewis for, but that he was investigating the Uhuru Movement. And if there was anything that he could indict us for, he was going to indict us for. This is what he said. We built a coalition coming out of that struggle in the process of making that struggle in St. Petersburg. This coalition was essentially one of the party as representative of the African working class and various sectors of the African primitive petty bourgeoisie or middle class. And it was this political work that prevented them from being able to kill us or to indict and imprison us on the spot. It was a coalition that came about because the African petty bourgeoisie, after every incident such as the rebellion, wanted to rush down town and ask the ruling class and the government for money for their little social programs. And they like to say, boss, if you give us this money, we can keep the angry masses from rising up again. But they had a problem this time, because the government had already said it was the Uhuru Movement that made the people, angry masses, rise up. So how can you promise to keep the angry masses from rising up? In order to be able to make a statement to the government, they had to make an agreement with the Uhuru Movement. And our agreement was, we'll back up your demand for money and resources, although we want to give shape and definition to what that should look like. But you got to unite with us that the police who murdered Teron Lewis must be prosecuted, that the family of Teron Lewis must be paid reparations for his death, that everybody who was arrested by the government during the rebellion must be freed, and that hands off the Uhuru Movement. That's the demand you got to make. And so we won that with them. And as a consequence of winning that, what it meant was now for the government to come to get us, they had to come through the preachers and other sectors of the African petty bourgeoisie who they need to be on their side. And so that made it difficult for them to do. On November 13th, the police used 27 members of a special weapons police organization called the Green Team to arrest, pull over, right at our headquarters, a member of the Uhuru Movement, they said, because he had an expired license plate. You know, you usually get a ticket for that, right? They used 27 members of a special weapons organization, 7 carloads, pull him over because of an expired license plate. I'm walking up at the time this is going on. They got the brother in the back seat of a car, handcuffed, searching his car and what have you. And when I walked up, the brother who was with me, they said, we want to put you in jail too. We got a warrant for your arrest. And by now, hundreds of African people are out on the streets because of the police activity. And November 13th was really important because that was the day that the grand jury that was supposedly investigating the shooting of Teron Lewis and whether the police had committed any crime when they did that, came back, as everybody expected, and exonerated the police. Said police didn't do nothing wrong in killing this brother on that day. So people were already upset about that. So now the police move on our building. Hundreds of people are now out on the streets watching this affair. This is when they rushed to get the brother, to arrest him, they pushed us back against the wall, pepper sprayed me in the face, pepper sprayed Sister Kinara Zima in the face, and arrested the brother. Hundreds of Africans died out on the streets, standing in front of the Uhuru house on both sides of the streets, just watching. The police carrying on, riding up and down in front of the Uhuru house, 5 in a car, guns sticking out of the doors which are partially open and what have you, and the people just standing there watching them, right up and down, up and down. In the meantime, we had already been putting out leaflets announcing that at our regular 6:30 meeting, we were going to be talking about the verdict that came from the grand jury. At 6 o'clock, the police put up barricades on the streets on both sides of the Uhuru house, turned people around, told them they couldn't come to the meeting. Said, you come to the meeting, we're going to put you in jail or do something worse to you. That was at 6 o'clock. Hundreds of people out on the streets. The police now have begun using pepper spray to try to make people leave the area. Some of the people are running into the auditorium, getting away from the police using pepper spray. About 100 or so people were in the auditorium. Then I'm trying to calm the people down on the inside because of the police antics going on where hundreds of people are still outside. And the brother comes up to me and says, the police have said that over the bullhorn that this is an unlawful assembly and that we've got 5 minutes to get out of the building or they're going to shoot tear gas into the auditorium. They began spraying people at the door of the auditorium with pepper spray, so that they couldn't close the doors. 30 seconds later, after the announcement, they started shooting tear gas into the auditorium. What you got to understand is there were something like 300 policemen outside the building. They didn't just have the St. Petersburg Police Department, they had the Florida Highway Patrol, the Pinellas County Sheriff Department, and police from neighboring cities. 300 or more cops were outside our building. They used all the tear gas that they had in the city of St. Petersburg. They didn't have no more tear gas when they finished shooting tear gas on our building. They used helicopters, and they had a small plane, at least one small plane that they used against us. Tear gas coming into the building. There were babies in that building. There were children and women and men in the building, and people are screaming, the women trying to get to their children and take care of them, and trying to get out of the rear of the building. And when they would open the door to the rear, they run into a wall of tear gas because the cops have shot tear gas not only in the auditorium, but everywhere around the building. The people, they were shooting tear gas into a tree behind our building, and it set it afire, the canister set it afire, and threatened the vehicle, a van behind the building, and through that threatened the building itself. And the people in the community would run out and put the fire out, and the police would start the fire again. 3 times that happened. And the people would try to put the fire out. They actually tore a huge branch out of the tree and were dragging it across the street, and the police would shoot tear gas at them to chase them away so that our vehicles and our building could burn down. They were bad that night. 300 of them out there. And then the people rose up and met them with a fierce armed resistance. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Met them with a fierce armed resistance. It was a serious resistance, you understand? Because they intended, first, they failed in their attempt to isolate us politically, criminalize us, and shoot us off the prison. They failed. Then they tried to create a situation where they could provoke something that would allow them to attack us militarily. They were going to win it, get rid of us by a military attack. And when they attacked us militarily, they got their asses kicked by the people right there in the streets. I mean this. You have to understand what happened. It was serious. The people brought down a police helicopter with gunfire, brought it down, forced it down with gunshot. They wounded one cop, shot one cop. And the transcript of a police communication over the radio that appeared in the paper the next day had the commander screaming over the radio, pull the troops back. We're under heavy fire. You understand? We're under heavy fire. Under heavy fire. 300 armed to the teeth. Used every bit of tear gas against us that they had in the city. Pull the troops back, we're under heavy fire. And we're talking about the youngsters, they were called the ghost faces. Ghost faces. Because they tied their shirts around their faces and bandanas around their faces and jumped dead in their chests. So, the police never even were able to enter the building. If the crime was being committed, the building wasn't in it. Nobody in the building was arrested. It wasn't about arresting anybody. It was about destruction. They meant to kill, maim on that day. They wanted a military victory, and they got their asses kicked. Serious guerrilla warfare. Serious guerrilla warfare. I mean, as serious as any confrontation that's happened any place in the world. So they lost. The police lost. And because they failed, because they just knew all they had to do was crush the Uhuru Movement, then it would be over. It would be just business as usual, but they failed. They were defeated politically, and then they were defeated militarily, and then after that, but it was serious. Because people in the Uhuru Movement, we found ourselves sleeping in safe houses. We couldn't stay any place where they knew where we were, because they come 4 o'clock in the morning. They'll come 4 o'clock in the morning, they'll kill you dead. You understand? But they made a mistake. They came at 6:30, and the people were awake, and the people were ready for them, and the people kicked their asses. You understand?
On October 24th, there was a murder committed. Tyron Lewis was murdered by 2 officers, Knight and Minor, and the attacks that came after that have continued up until even today. The first attack we saw happen as Bernie McCabe blamed the Uhuru Movement for the just rebellion that happened after the murder. We, the African community, did not want to step over another dead body or have business as usual. So there was a response to this murder, and people acted in a way in which got the attention, worldwide attention. And we, as the Uhuru Movement, we represent the poor and African working class, as we have for 30 years, since the Black Revolution of the 60s was defeated with the Black Panther Party, etc. Many of our leaders were assassinated, and many still are in prison today. The Uhuru Movement stands and represents the African working class here in this city and all across the country and even across the world. The Uhuru Movement held, as we do every week, meetings to allow the African community to voice their opinions on some of the things that had happened. We had a march to the funeral. We also had a trial for the African community to state if the police officers were guilty of murder, and we did come out with a verdict that they were guilty of murder, and that the city of St. Petersburg was also guilty of the policy of shoot to kill, and that the so-called keep the niggers in check way that the police act in our community is totally in violation of our constitutional rights. On November 13th, the verdict came out, and a member of the Uhuru Movement was arrested. 27 members of the Green Team came to the building and purposely tried to invoke provocation, and another member of the Uhuru Movement was arrested. I myself and the chairman and founder of the Uhuru Movement was sprayed with pepper spray, and 100 or so people came out of their homes. We have meetings every Wednesday evening, and that happened to be a Wednesday, where we were going to have a forum. That night, as people were coming to the meeting, police started barricading the streets, blocking all intersections to the building, denying people access to the building, saying that they would be arrested if they came to our meeting. They also pepper sprayed people and shot tear gas. All of the tear gas they had in the city of St. Petersburg went toward our building. People who were in the room were children, men and women who were terrified. As the meeting started, the police officers who were in force with M16s, riot gear, started on the outside shooting tear gas. They had on the loudspeaker, we declare this an unlawful assembly, and if you don't get out of the building in 5 minutes, we will gas the building. Within 30 seconds, they started gassing the building. There was total chaos in the building. Some of the people who were in our meeting are in this room. Total chaos, stampede. A sister who I know right here was trampled. People with their children throwing up, sick, etc. They intended to kill us that night. And if it wasn't for the courageous brothers and sisters who stood up after the murder of Tyron Lewis, I wouldn't be here today, and many people in this room would not be here, because they intended to kill us on that night of November 13th. All of the tear gas I mentioned, which they said in all the newspapers and radios, was used on our building that night. Our constitutional rights were violated, our freedom of speech, our freedom of assembly, and the mayor and chief of police stated earlier that day that they did not want members of the Uhuru Movement on the streets, precisely because the verdict was coming out, and that they didn't want us to say something that they didn't like. Police tried to burn down our buildings by shooting tear gas into a tree. When members of the community would put out the fire, they were shot at with the tear gas, and the tree was set on fire 3 times. The tree was next to our van, and the van next to our building. There was later an incident where someone came and said that our building would be, there would be a sweep at our building at 6 o'clock. So from that night, October 24th, until even today, the whole black community has been under martial law. Said that they stand with the Uhuru Movement, know that the Uhuru Movement has been under attack, and we demand that this attack stop. We are standing up on behalf of our people.
Uhuru, and welcome back to the official broadcast of the Uhuru 3 trial on the ground here in Tampa, Florida. My name is Mbwezi Odom, and comrades, we are coming to a close of a very dynamic broadcast on today, Friday, September 6th, covering the proceedings of the Uhuru trial. Since we know, as you know, we cannot bring cameras into the courthouse, but this program has been able to bring you interviews, classic presentations, and more evidence of the history and the truth about Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement. So we've added a quick segment before we move to a close for today, because as you know, the world is watching. The world is watching the case of the Uhuru 3, which is the canary in the coal mine that threatens the end of free speech protections for everyone. There has been countless media coverage throughout this trial, and we want to take a moment to share some of the quotes of the news coverage from today, September 6th, and just on yesterday. And then after this segment, we will close with the live culture performance from FoFeet, Ushairi, Al-Kebulon here on the ground in St. Pete. Or sorry, Tampa rather. All right, so today's story is from the 10 Tampa Bay News, which is a local CBS affiliate, which was headlined, quote, "Defense says that the jury could be grossly misled by witness testimony," end quote. So this article reported that the government's main witness, FBI Special Agent Anna Myers, quote, admitted that she didn't have any direct contact with any Russian nationals, including Ionov, and did not do any fact-checking on the validity of what was claimed in the seized data and materials. The Channel 10 News report continues, stating that, quote, Myers, who worked for the FBI New York's field office, said during her cross-examination, when she arrived in Tampa field office, she was given the already compiled data to analyze from other agents. The report continues to say that, quote, the defense established, this is the Uhuru 3 defense, established the narrow scope of Myers' review of documents, which were only from late 2017 through 2020. Quote, a quote from Mutaki Akbar, one of the attorneys representing Jesse Neville. Quote, "You assume a lot," he says, regarding Myers' review of Ionov and Popov's iCloud data. He said this after several of his questions, to which she replied that she didn't feel comfortable answering because they were out of the scope of her investigation. The report continues, looking at, quote, Hess, whose defense attorney said that the Uhuru movement had been open with its relationship with the AGM, carrying the organized to several protests and marches, as seen in photos from the iCloud accounts. The defense also pointed to Ionov's report that was being used, that used the term, quote, a bilateral conglomerate agreement when describing his relationship with the Uhuru movement. According to the defense, this implies that the defendants were partners with AGM and Ionov and weren't ever told about his alleged dealings with Russian agents. Therefore, they didn't have any knowledge that they were potentially being used by a foreign government, end quote. The Tampa CBS affiliate article continues, quote, during Myers' testimony, the judge repeatedly told the jury that the documents entered into evidence were not to be taken as, quote, truth or lies, but rather what was found and reported on. However, the defense believes, and this is, end quote from the judge, continuing on in this report, the defense believes that Myers' testimony and the evidence entered by the prosecutors could, quote, grossly mislead the jury. The defense claims much of Ionov's reports are, quote unquote, they are clearly false. For example, one of Ionov's reports recounts an alleged speaking engagement that Omali Yeshitela had in 2020 at San Diego State University, in which he had said many controversial things that caused a stir at the college. However, according to the defense, the conference that Yeshitela was slated to speak at was indeed canceled, proving that Ionov's greatly exaggerated and perhaps even made up some of his reports to pop off. That was a report from the Tampa Bay 10 News from the headlines just this morning. Another article published yesterday comes from Jacob Hornberger with the Future of Freedom Foundation. Hornberger's tongue-in-cheek commentary is titled, quote, a federal prosecution in Florida is keeping us safe from the Ruskies, end quote. Hornberger writes, if you have been pacing the floor over the possibility that the Ruskies are trying to influence your vote in the 2024 elections, well, you can sleep well tonight. That's because the feds are currently prosecuting 4 members of the African People's Socialist Party in a trial in federal district court in Tampa. What is the African People's Socialist Party? Good question. I certainly had never heard of them, and I'm willing to bet that neither have you. It turns out that they are a small, obscure group of Americans who have been advocating socialism for around 50 years. And in fact, one of the 4 defendants is in his 80s and another in her late 70s. The report from Jacob Hornberger continues, I suppose I should mention that one of the defendants recently ran for city council, but lost the race after receiving only 18% of the vote. So why are the feds going after these people? To keep us safe, of course. The feds are saying that the defendants are serving as a conduit for the Russian government to, quote, influence the 2024 elections. Hornberger continues, quote, mind you, it's not against the law for people to work for the Russian government or any government. It's also not against the law to lobby or advocate for the Russian government. It's also not against the law to defend the Russian government or take positions that favor the Russian government. It's not to say that the US government wouldn't love those types of laws. It's to say that US officials recognize that there's an obstacle to enacting such laws. What is that obstacle? That obstacle is called the First Amendment. It prohibits Congress from enacting any laws that infringe on something called freedom of speech, a right that adheres to everyone, not just Americans. So how does the US government circumvent that pesky obstacle? Well, it enforces a law, a 1938 law that forces people who work for foreign regimes, who are funded by foreign regimes, to register their names and positions with the federal government. But how can such a registration requirement be reconciled with a constitutional restriction that states, quote, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech? Well, it can't be. In a free society, everyone is free to say anything he wants without having to register with the government or anyone else. In this article, Jacob Hornberger continues, quote, in fact, an irony here is that the Russian government has adopted and is enforcing the same type of registration law that the US is using to target these socialists in Florida. The Ruskies are using the law in the same way that the US officials are using it to target and shut down media outlets that are funded by the US government, such as Radio Free Europe. Talk about being hoisted on your own status petard. And yes, you read that right. The US government, through the force of taxation, funds media outlets, just like the Russian government does. Finally, Hornberger concludes, but let's return to the criminal persecution or a prosecution of that obscure socialist group for failing to register as Russian agents. The prosecution really goes to show the extreme idiocy of what has clearly become an anti-Russia paranoia. US officials themselves are using their own propaganda to instill fear of the Ruskies, just like they were doing during the entire Cold War, and what they were doing to justify their intervention in Vietnam, which succeeded in sacrificing almost 60,000 American soldiers for nothing. Hornberger writes, the Ruskies are coming again, and I feel like I'm living back in the Cold War when we were all being exhorted to look for Reds under our beds. And that's what's really funny, is how the mainstream media is being influenced by all this US government propaganda without even realizing that they're being influenced by it. The federal prosecution of those people in Tampa is an absolute disgrace, one rooted in an inane anti-Russian paranoid mindset and a statist anti-freedom philosophy. It would be great to see the jury in that case send a powerful message to those people by returning a not guilty verdict. And that was an article published by Jacob Hornberger of the Freedom of Foundation, yes, the Future of Freedom Foundation, just on yesterday. So finally, I'll conclude with this from Capital B News, a Black-led nonprofit news service. Quote, for nearly 60 years, the US government has viewed Black-led political organizations such as the Black Panther Party, Black Lives Matter, and Yeshitela, African People's Socialist Party, as a threat to democracy. Those organizations originated in part to provide resources to education and fight for reparations for Black Americans and protect their Black and Brown communities from police brutality and other forms of violence. Thank you, Capital News. These were just a few of the many articles and the much coverage that has been found on this case. There are hundreds of links to commentary and interviews regarding the Uhuru 3 case that can be found on the media coverage page on our website. Go to handsoffuhuru.org/media coverage or handsoffuhuru.org, and you'll see on the news section in the menu and take a look at some of those articles. Finally, as we come to a close, wrapping up today's broadcast, we want to share with all of our audience the revolutionary cultural offerings of artists who stand united with the call to protect free speech of the Uhuru 3. We are so excited to bring a live cultural performance, and here she comes, from Comrade FoFeet Alkebulan, FoFeet Ushairi Alkebulan, an incredible Black Power poet and member of the African People's Socialist Party, and director of Project Black Ankh, the African nation's disaster preparedness and emergency response program. Comrades, I want to welcome up Comrade FoFeet Uhuru. No applause.
Uhuru, thank you so much, comrades. This is such a momentous time, and I am just pleased to be here and to offer a word or two. How did I get my name? FoFeet is how I hear poetry. I hear poetry with 2 feet on earth and 2 feet in spirit. When it comes to the mic, it is 4 feet deep. Thank you. The first piece I would like to read it's called Stolen People. These are copywritten by myself. I want to talk about stolen people. See, I'm a stolen African woman born on stolen indigenous land, stolen family roots and connections to Africa. Our dignity, pride, and traditions, along with our customs, practice, and medical cures, our skills, beliefs, our riches have been tainted. General humanity challenged, and lives ripped away. Melanin makes us African, regardless to where we are born. Omali Yeshitela taught me we would not be here if they had not come there. He taught me about the colonial mode of production, a dependent relationship to keep Africa drained and the colonizers rich. To change this relationship is to free Africa and its people, to be self-governed and self-reliant. Even free speech is not meant for stolen people. It's against the law for stolen people to be free. Colonialism is the cause, revolution is the cure. I am a stolen woman, a stolen African woman, born on stolen indigenous land, and my DNA continuously is under siege every day and everywhere we exist. Uhuru is Sasa for freedom. Uhuru is Swahili for freedom. Sasa means now. Uhuru Sasa, Uhuru Sasa to all colonized people. Uhuru. That's the first piece. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, my phone is really trying to act crazy, but we got this too. The next piece is a letter from grandma. Not my grandma, but to my grandchildren. So, in a letter to my grandchildren, there is no need for ancestry or 23andMe. Hello, babies of mine. It is a lesson from your grandma. See, I am a stolen African woman, born on stolen indigenous land, and my DNA is under siege around the world. Words formed deep in my belly speaks of change. I create and throw spears from my mouth in cries of injustice. I have been a revolutionary long before I knew what revolution meant. We have been lied to and bamboozled in a false nationality. We are Africans born in America when Africa is our home. Our ancestors were railroaded here to work and entertain, forced in chains and at gunpoint. We are the colonial mode of production. What happened to African people is called the original sin. Look it up. Colonialism continues to put their foot on our necks, rewrite our history, and manipulate our future. Revolutionary fighters are born into existence in the struggle to unleash our seeds from bondage. All melanated people are colonialized and suffers everywhere we exist. Our strength is found on the backs of all our ancestors and freedom fighters that were attacked in Africa, their homes destroyed, and their families missing, killed, and stolen. We deal with these same atrocities today. Uhuru is freedom in Swahili. Uhuru is meaning of life to humanity. African liberation is world liberation. The revolution will come by any means necessary. I fight to be free and to exercise my human right. Did you know free speech is under attack right here today? African liberation is against the law. I am a stolen African woman's baby, born on stolen indigenous land, and my DNA, which you carry, is still under siege after 600 years. We will fight until Uhuru is won. Love and truth, your grandma. Okay. That's to my little babies and my big babies too. My big babies too. This one, which is about today and what's happening here in Tampa, Florida. Parents wait for their children. It's called protect free speech. Parents wait for their children's first word not expecting it to cost their lives. Communication is necessary to life. We may not agree, but they have the right to free speech. Free speech was written for American citizens to say what they could do, what they wanted, where they wanted, and any time they wanted. To agree or not, it was still the right. The First Amendment was written when Africans were slaves. We were not expected to use free speech because we were slaves, not expecting to read, write, or expecting to even think. Many of our ancestors and heroes were silenced when exercising their free speech right they thought they had. Colonialism is the invasion of an alien power, destroying a culture, their people, their land, and their future. This happened to the continent of Africa over 600 years ago. It continues to happen around the world today. African people, Black people, melanated people are the world's mode of production. The world was built on the backs of Black ancestors, and the world runs on us today. We are important to the life of our colonizers as long as we do as we're told. We can't talk about it or say a word. It makes them feel bad to mistreat humans, human beings, yet they love their pets. We have been trained by our colonizers through fear to be like them, just to get along and to have peace and to save our lives. Free speech was not meant for the slave. There has been examples made to stop the truth. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Patrice Lumumba, Fannie Lou Hamer, Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Assata Shakur, just to name a few. But that ends right here and right now with the Uhuru 3. That is Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. No more killing or placed in prison for free speech. Just because they talk of what is happening to Black and colonized people that are not being treated like human beings. Colonialism exists now around the world. They don't care about human rights. It's about human control and power. The FBI has attacked the only movement that legitimately works for freedom and liberation for African people around the world. The African people are free. When African people are free, so will the world be free. free to live our own lives, our own labor, feed our families, and educate our children, and treat our neighbors like friends. The Uhuru Movement is being charged with free speech. Omali Yeshitela has been speaking of the inhuman conditions of African, indigenous, Mexican, Palestinian, Cuban, and many other countries that have been under siege for over 60 years. The people are fighting back for their freedom from colonial rule. The government wants to silence the Uhuru Movement like they did the Panthers. Free speech for everyone is under siege, regardless to who they are. The trial of the century and the fight for free speech is now in Tampa, Florida. You don't have to agree with me or anything I say, but that's my choice. And that's your choice to have free speech, is because you can agree to disagree. Hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa. Protect free speech and drop the charges against the Uhuru 3. Uhuru. And last but not least, I have a few things to say to end, and this part is called truth. Today, the protection of free speech is on trial. Free speech for us and free speech for you, anyone that's breathing. It will change forever. We were taught to hear no evil, see no evil, and speak no evil. If the state were to win, we will hear no truth, see no truth, and speak no truth. But victory, I said victory is ours. Uhuru Sasa. Uhuru. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade FoFeet. I want to really appreciate, let me go ahead and switch that up. Really want to salute our revolutionary Black Power poet, Comrade FoFeet Ushairi Alkebulan. Ushairi means poetry, just in case you didn't know. And just like this comrade said, free speech is on trial. And it is only because this social system is in such a shaky and such a crisis of a moment in its history that even just what we say, as it has always been, is becoming a huge threat to this already shaky system. So comrades, we are here on the ground. We are about to wrap up the historic Uhuru 3 free speech trial on the ground, just to know that this is just concluding week 1 of this trial. And we invite you to come back next week and tune into this broadcast. Tell your friends, tell your family, subscribe to the Burning Spear YouTube page, subscribe to the Hands Off Uhuru Facebook page, like and subscribe. That way you get that notification in the morning to know that we are live on the ground here in Tampa, so that you can watch and see the proceedings of this trial, or get the real evidence of what is happening. But if you want to watch the trial, go to handsoffuhuru.org. Click that green button that says, I will attend the trial. Let us know you're coming, and we will see you in the packed courthouse, which has been packed all week long, showing the support for the Uhuru 3. I really want to salute all of our MCs. I want to salute every single person who is behind the scenes, who brought you this amazing podcast. This is just a glimpse of what a liberated world can look like when we, the people, have control over our media, over our narrative, over the truth. And I just really want to say that this broadcast is important because, again, this is our opportunity to provide the real testimony, the real evidence of who Chairman Omali Yeshitela is, who the Uhuru Movement is. We heard African culture. We heard throughout this process interviews, many interviews of Chairman Omali Yeshitela throughout this process, of this counteroffensive, the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa counteroffensive that for 2 years has fought relentlessly to bring to the world the truth about what happened on July 29th and its historical connection to the attack on the African liberation struggle. We also have, had an opportunity to watch some classic presentations of the history and the work of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement overall. Don't forget, Uhuru means freedom. And so when we brought to you today the history of the FBI's war on the Black liberation struggle and the struggle for reparations, this is all tied to the long-term view for freedom. None of this is happening in isolation. We cannot ignore what is happening in Palestine, what is happening here and has happened here on this settler colonial state of, to the indigenous people, what is happening around the world. The U.S. government and its allies are, have a big thing to worry about because the people are awake, the people see what's happening, and the people are organized and are not afraid to, speak out. So we want to invite you to get organized. Become a part of this movement. Go to handsoffuhuru.org, click the volunteer button, say that you want to be a part of this, and take action. We bring to you next week, again, more of what you saw this week, and in addition, more interviews, more on-the-ground live updates in St. Petersburg, Florida, at the Uhuru House, and also opportunities to hear more about what's happening in the trial. We heard from the judge on yesterday that the prosecution plans to rest their case on Monday. So those of you that will be joining us next week will get a chance to hear from the Uhuru 3 defense team. And again, comrades, I want to say hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges against Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Victory is ours, Uhuru.